I really wish she wouldn't push herself like this. It gets me worried. Alright, this is a keyboard and a mouse. Come here, keyboard.
ていうかさ、そこまで無理してロボワンに出なくてもいいんじゃない？どうせ出たって勝てないのは確定してるし、廃部になるならなるでそれもいいかもしれないって思うわけ。必死にあがくよりもよっぽどね。
Akiho abruptly sits upright and lonesomely shakes her head in denial.
ダメだよ。廃部になったら終わりなんだよ。カイはロボ部に思い入れがないかもしれないけど、うちにとってはかけがえのない。
でもさ、あの巨大ロボ個人で作り続けることだってできるわけでしょ。ムカつく教頭とのしがらみとか関係なく、むしろのびのびやれるとも言う。そもそもアキちゃんが高校生の間に何とかしなきゃならないわけでもないと思うんだ。万博に出られるならそれは万々歳だけど、出られなきゃ死ぬってわけでもない。焦って強引に完成させるより、いいものをちゃんと作り上げるっていう方法論もあるはずだよ。
廃部になればワンツクワンはスクラップにされちゃう。
それに従う必要はないし、交渉の余地だってあるさ。
でもね、カイ。
Akiho just barely smiles. Why would she smile now?
うちはロボ部の部員として学生としてのルールの中で何とかしたいって思うんだ。もちろん個人で引き取ってコツコツ作っていけば何年かかるかはわからないけど完成はさせられるかもしれない。それも夢の形としてはありだと思う。だけどうちはやっぱりロボ部として万博に行きたいな。あと半年っていう期間の中でどれだけ無茶してでもなんとかしたい。もちろん半年経ってダメだったらスパッとやめちゃうってわけじゃないけど、そんな線引きを自分の中で作ってるんだ。
Akiho's eyes shine with determination as she explains her motivations to me. I almost lose myself in those eyes.
ロボ部へのこだわりか。ミサ姉や先輩たちが受け継いできた思いを大事にしたいみたいなロマンティシズム。
This intangible thing that's been passed down from Misani, Michi, and the other founding members. Is that what's motivating Akiho? Misani in particular probably had a huge effect on her.
お姉ちゃんが作ったロボ部とお姉ちゃんが作ろうとしたガンツクワンだから。
Akiho really does love Misani. Is this what they call a sister complex? Or maybe she still hasn't grown out of her attachment to her.
それにロボットアニメに必要なものは夢とロマンなのだ。
Akiho says with a happy smile on her face as she poses dramatically. In just 6 months, we'll be graduating and leaving the island behind us. Most students from this island follow that path, whether they go to college or choose to look for a job instead. There are those like Michi or Mizuka-san who come back to the island, and the rest who don't, like Misani. Either way, once she leaves the island, Akiho won't be able to just focus on building her robot.
アキちゃんさ、この前はロボのことしか考えてないって言ってたけど、結構ちゃんと将来のこと考えてるじゃん。
そうかな。将来のことじゃなくてロボ部のことしか考えてない気がするんだけど。
I guess I understand how Akiho feels. I'm not going to be a jackass and keep pushing back on this.
そういうことなら頑張ってよ。というわけで俺は
Just before I can say leave, Akiho grabs my wrist.
しまった。
アキちゃんまさか。
As she's stopping me here, That must mean
カイもマニュアル探すの手伝って。
うわ、やっぱり。
ついでだからいいでしょ。夜はうちの家でご飯食べてっていいから。
夜まで探すつもりなの？
fine. I guess I'll help. Plus, I get Auntie Tamaki's food out of this deal. Unfortunately, even after searching long and hard, we failed to
Moria
locate the manual.
said, "Good afternoon."
Hello, Moria. Welcome to the stream. I hope you are having a fantastic existence. I'm glad it's sunny today. I think to myself as I remove my helmet. NSU 999X Kondo Super Cup, registered by Tsuyoshi Kodai, registered on 3/23/2019, Central Tanegashima High, registration number 299. MU593X Konda Super Cub, registered by Nao Mitsui, registered on 3/13/2018, Central Tanegashima High, registration number 176. It's sunny, feels good. I want to go to the beach. Thinking about it, haven't gone to the beach in years, maybe since Misani was still on the island. You're not picking up? Still sleeping? I guess I'll go. Akiho Sinomiya, going out. Overhauling the club room by myself on a Sunday. For real? The breeze feels nice and cool, perhaps due to yesterday's rain. The school grounds on Sunday are quiet. It's been a while since I've come to school on a day off on club business. It's my first time this year. Honestly, I would much prefer to be lying around at home playing Kill Ballad. After seeing Akiho's tweet that read, "I'm so lonely," doing an overhaul at the club room, I came here. As soon as I saw that she was all by herself, I dragged myself over. What choice did I have? She would be all alone. Look, my personal policy has always been that I never participate in robot club activities. But when it comes to everything else, I do my best to help Akiho out whenever she needs a hand. Akiho and I are basically one body and soul at this point. We rarely do things separately from one another. Damn it, Akiho. Have you forgotten about your attacks? Or maybe she's still salty about me being her butt in KB last night. She knows I show no mercy. The lawn in front of the clubroom is still damp from yesterday's rain. Too bad. I would have loved to lay down and game for a bit. I can see Akiho's back through the open clubroom door. When I call out to her, she immediately recognizes my voice and comes outside.
あれ、来たの？
来たよ。はい、差し入れ。
I toss her a bottle of Skull. After catching it, she raises the bottle up high in excitement. She immediately begins to chug it down. Seeing her drink it like it's the nectar of the gods or something is enough to put a smile on my face. A thin layer of sweat covers Akiho's forehead. I guess it's still hot inside the club room. My usual seat of choice is too damp to sit on, so I settle for a clubroom chair. Sprawled out on the table is our honorary prez, disassembled. Akiho sits in front of the table and begins to further take it apart with screwdriver in hand.
それより昨日マニュアルは見つかったの？
As I was leaving her house last night, Akiho proudly declared that she was going to continue her search.
これ
Akiho holds up a notebook. Written on the pages inside of it are all sorts of programs and design drawings written in feminine
ミ
handwriting.
サ姉の手書き？
もちろん結局ねお父さんの書斎にあった。
俺の予想通りだったね。
That happened to be the one place we didn't search last night.
で、名誉部長は治りそう？
どうかな。バラして故障の原因を見つけなきゃ。
単純に電池切れとかそういうオチだったら笑うよね。
その可能性は結構高いかも。バッテリー切れってだけなら充電すれば済む話なの。
それなら簡単でいいな。アキちゃんも苦労しないでしょ。
問題は充電器の行方不明だったり。
行方不明だとどうなの？
新しく手に入れないといけなくなる。
お高いの？
お高い。5000円以上する。
マジ？
しかも10年も前のパーツだから、それに対応する充電器を見つけるだけでも一苦労だよ。取り寄せるだけで1週間ぐらいかかるかも。
Akiho removes one screw after another in an orderly fashion while she explains the battery situation to me. The screws are all 2 to 3 millimeters. If she drops them, that's all she wrote.
どのネジがどこのなのか把握しながらバラしてる。
なんとなく。
なんとなくでいいの？
ほとんどは同じ大きさのネジだから、そんなに問題にはならないよ。
She seems to be storing the removed screws in an empty snack can, so I peek
で
inside.
もさ、長さの違うネジがちょっと混じってるけど。
Don't give me that. She's way too disorganized.
まあ、マニュアルあるし、平気だって。
God help us all. And yet I still have no intention of intervening.
ギルバラ、起動。
I pull out my phone droid and boot up Kill Ballad.
バッテリー交換以外には何あるの？
全サーボモーターの動作チェックとか、サーボアンプが正常かどうか調べたりとか、後でロボクリニックに行ってこようかな。
The Robot Clinic is a parts store that our club has ties to. As per its name, it mostly carries hobby robot-related parts. It's basically Akiho's current lifeline. The shop owner is ridiculously terrifying, though.
それとプログラムだね。苦手だからあんまり手をつけたくないんだけど、そっちもチェックしないとロボワンじゃ勝てないだろうな。
The club room is hot and dark. Akiho relies solely on the desk lamp as she tinkers away at the robot's small pieces. I hope she doesn't go blind. Anyway, guess I'll start playing Kill Ballad. Akiho disassembles the honorary prez, and I play Kill Ballad. The sounds of birds chirping fill the air of the island. It's just a relaxing Sunday afternoon. In fact, it's so relaxing that it's hard to believe that the club is on the verge of being disbanded.
ねえ、カイ。例えばさ、ロボワンでオペレーターとかやってみる気ないかな。
オペレーターって
操縦する人のこと。
If I give in here, my Operation Make Akiho Give Up on Robo 1 would be all for naught. Time to go cold.
何？別に興味ないか
なんで？
Akiho's round eyes peek at my
いつ
face.
もキルバラでロボット操縦してるのに。
な。俺はロボット として優れてて、オンラインに強敵がいるからプレイしているわけでね。
Before I got hooked on Kill Ballad, I was into all kinds of fighting games with human
やっ
characters.
てみたいとも思わない？
思わないね。
ロボワンにも強敵はいるよ。それに1対1の勝負だよ。
そもそもオペレーターはアキちゃんがやるべきだよ。部長だし、アキちゃんが名誉部長を修理してるんだし。
そりゃ自分で操縦はしてみたいけど、カイの方がうまくできそうな気がしたから。
ロボの操縦は俺だってやったことないから、スタートラインは同じでしょ。
そっか、そうだよね。
She continues her task silently for a while.
ねえカイ、率直な意見を教えてほしいんだけど。
Akiho takes an unusually serious tone. Could she have finally realized that she has no chance of winning Robo 1? I stop playing Kill Ballad and look at
カ
Akiho.
イはどう思う？種子島新さんのデザインかっこ悪いよね。
Someone prevent me from face palming, please.
すごくどうでもいい。
なんで？ここ重要だよ。
これデザインしたのってミサ姉でしょ。文句はミサ姉に言いなよ。
だってお姉ちゃん東京だし。
つまりアキちゃん的にはデザイン一新したいの。でもね、それ作ってる余裕ある？
ないけど。
Akiho looks displeased.
なんか物足りない気がするんだ。弱そうっていうか。
あんまりそういうの意識してデザインしたわけじゃないと思うよ。
でもやっぱり見た目は重要だよ。強そうな方がたぎるし。デザイン一新は無理でも一部を改良する程度で印象変わらないかな。例えば絵画オペレーターなら両肩にキャノンとかあった方がいいよね。
キャノ
キャノン
ン？何それ？役に立つの？
キャノンはぶっ放すんだよ。
ロボワンの試合で？
違うよ、そういう設定。
ロボワンの試合ではどう使うの？
ただの飾りかな。
Give me a break. This one's on me for taking her seriously.
でね、うちがオペレーターならどんなカスタマイズがいいかなって。
ああ、好きにしたらいいと思うよ。
個人的には変形機構と必殺技が欲しいところなんだけど。
そんなの採用してたら絶対に本番までに間に合わないもんね。
さすがに変形合体機構はロボワンには関係ないし、実現するのはかなり難しいから最初から諦めてるけどね。
それなら変形機構もいらないでしょう。
ダメか。
何を優先させるかだよ。プライドか結果かみたいな。
結果。
へえ、そう。なんで黙るの？
いや。
She's laughing it off, but it seems like she's finally realized how stupid her ideas were. Me and Akiho return to our respective tasks. The robot clinic is southbound on Interstate 58, just after the intersection entering Mina Mitanecho. Robot Clinic, owner Tetsuharu Fujita. Cannon, Finger Vulcan. Does the honorary Prez even have fingers in the first place? Cannon is just a decoration. Big wigs wouldn't get it. That's not possible. I went once in junior high. Mizuka ni took me. Right, you pulled a muscle in the water and almost drowned. I only kinda remember. Right, let's go to Robot Clinic. Played around 3 hours today, 40-0, feeling good today. Akiho often drags me here since it's on the way back home from school. Its location is a real pain for me.
いつも思うけど、完全にホラーだよね、ここ。
The neon sign forces itself into my line of sight, like it's battling the setting sun. It makes me cringe. Even with summer around the corner, I feel a bit cold around this place. The clinic occupies a single-story building. All of its windows are covered in plywood, so you can't see inside. Behind the building is a large pile of scrap separated by a fence. Feels like something might burst out of that mess.
もっとこうなんとか研究所みたいな外見にしてほしいよね。
Akiho watches too much robot anime, and obviously it looks like any derelict building looks like a secret laboratory, because we all know secret laboratories are in underground basements below abandoned buildings like this. It's basic camouflage 101. I'd rather wait outside since it's a pain, but as always, Akiho pushes my back and forces me in. Inside, rock music echoes throughout the space in the most loud and annoying way humanly possible. From Robo Doctor, availability varies depending on current workload. This feels more like a nightclub or some kind of concert venue. It's always like this here, which explains why nobody ever comes by. Why rock music, you ask? That's just the owner's thing. It's dusty, gloomy, and messy. Scrap is all over the place. It feels like the owner has zero intention of ever tidying any of it up. Tetsuharu Fujita, Robot Doctor. To display a more detailed profile, please send a request for approval. I suddenly noticed that the man of the hour had exited the back room and was now sitting at the counter in silence. This old dude is the Robot Clinic's owner and self-proclaimed robot doctor Tetsuharu Fujita. The old man grimaces, seemingly unaware of what's going on. Akiho resorts to making weird body gestures in order to get him to lower the volume. The old man clicks his tongue and finally drops the sound down. This is how it always goes. By this point, Akiho is usually drained of all her energy. I stand by the door and watch without saying anything.
こんにちは、ドク。
パーツならこの前くれてやったろうが。もう分けてやるもんはねえぞ。それとそこの付き添い、久々に顔出したくせに挨拶もできねえのか。
Crap, he's on to me. Gives me the
ご無
heebie-jeebies.
沙汰です。
てっきりのたれ死んだのかと思ったぜ。
残念ながら生きてるよ。
This dude is the definition of rock and roll. Maybe? I'm not sure.
ドク、今日はガンツクワンの件じゃないんだ。
Doc is familiar with the Prez's history as Robo 1 champ and Misa-Ni's brainchild.
今オーバーホール中なんだけど、交換したいパーツがあって。
とりあえず見せてみな。
Akiho takes the disassembled parts out of her bag.
バッテリーとその充電器。できれば全く同じ種類のが欲しいの。
Just as we joked about earlier, the reason the honorary press can't move is because of the old battery. If we can replace those, it'll at least move, apparently. As for how well it'll move, Akiho says that will depend entirely on the maintenance of the other parts.
表彰成か。しかも生産終了になったエスプラグタイプじゃねえか。表彰のは確か7年前に出たのからサイズも変わったんだ。これと同じもんなんざ今手に入るわけはねえだろうがよ。
じゃあどうすれば。
そうだな。プラグを交換すりゃなんとか対応できるだろう。バッテリーのサイズは小さくはなってんだから取り付けることは造作もねえよ。
プラグ交換、そんなのマニュアルにあったかな。それにうちってそんなに器用じゃないし。
使えねえ小娘だな。プラグ交換なんざ大して難しい作業でもねえのによくロボ部の部長が務まるもんだ。そんならメーカー変えるしかねえな。エスプラグ対応なら今だと小川だのが安いで。
じゃあそれで。
取り寄せになるから3日はかかるがいいんだな。
お値段は。
充電器も含めりゃ一番安い方でだいたい8000ちょいってとこか。
高いよ。それ新品価格？
うちは中古専門だ。今さら何言ってんだ。新品ならこの倍はすんだよ。これでも送料抜いてやってんだ。文句は一人前になってから言え。クソロボブ。
クソとか言わないでよ。
小川。
センサー類を新しくしたいなーなんて。
賢明だな。10年前と今じゃ性能が団地だ。
でね、うちとしては全方位カメラを使いたいんだけど。
Omnidirectional camera, also called an omni-azimuth visual sensor, a camera that can capture visual information in 360 degrees, created using a 360 mirror lens and a CCD camera. Super compact ones are sold to the public for robot hobbyists.
それのどこがセンサーなんだ。カメラとセンサーの違いも理解できねえのか。
いや、全方位カメラと距離センサーを組み合わせたような、なんていうかハイテクな感じの。
同腕用の機体にそんな機能をつけても単なる飾りで終わりだ。GPO ってのを考えやがれバカ。
Abbreviation for time, place, and occasion, meaning there's a time and place for every occasion, also means to read the room.
そもそも全方位カメラはいくらすると思ってんだ。5万じゃ済まねえぞ貧乏学生め。
Akiho's eyes tear up as her shoulders droop. The doctor is as relentless as ever, even against a young girl. To be honest, that's what I like about him. I myself am relentless when it comes to combat.
じゃあドク、ロボワンに出るにあたってどんなセンサーが一番重要かな。
ジャイロだろうな。
でもジャイロセンサーを変えたらプログラム最初から組み直しじゃ。
知らねえよ。プログラムもできねえ分際でホビーロボを作ろうとすんじゃねえよ。
いや、時間をかければなんとかなるかもだけど、今回スケジュールの余裕がなくて。ちなみにジャイロって相場はいくら？
俺のおすすめはこいつだ。
The doctor squats down behind the counter and pulls out a part from the lower shelf.
香港のデバイスズヒーロー社から去年出た 新型三軸ジャイロでな。性能は折り紙付きだぜ。今なら超格安の4000でいい。
負けてください。
甘えんな。ピタ一問負けるつもりはねえ。前から言ってるはずだぜ。うちはプロとしてやってんだ。俺の提示した金額こそがプロとして保証する値段だってな。それに納得したなら買っていいな。納得できねえなら今すぐ出てけ。
とっとくり。
交渉決裂だな。
うわ、待って待って。
Now then, what's Akiho's next move? Before leaving school, I checked and Akiho has 721 yen. I have 590 yen. We can't afford anything even combined. Didn't her mom say she could give her 10,000 yen though for an advance?
じゃあとりあえず小川田のバッテリーと充電器取り寄せよろしくです。で、言いにくいんですけど、後払いでもいい？
金払わねえなら物は渡さねえよ。
Part of his job as a pro at the clinic is to check each part he's procured, and if needed, restore and make adjustments. Doc mostly handles used items, so he takes this work seriously. That's what he means by a pro job. He also doesn't charge for the maintenance, which is pretty cool. At least that's what Akiho tells me.
分かったら3日後に来な。
頑張ります。
Akiho gives him a wishy-washy reply, bows her head deeply, and exits the store.
さてと。
She stretches out, finally liberated from Doc's overwhelming aura, and even starts doing
お
squats.
金はどうするつもり？
Well, like I said, didn't her mom say she could give her an advance?
なんとかなるでしょ。
なんとかね。
カイ、お小遣いの前借りって何ヶ月分までできる？
俺の小遣いは当てにしてるの？
カイだってロボ部だし。
さっきドクに言われたでしょ、甘えるなって。それでも俺に金の工面を頼みたいって言うなら分かってるよね。
I flaunt my phone droid at her.
勝負して俺に勝てたなら従おうじゃないの。
カイってめんどくさい。
それが俺のポリシーか。
わかった、やる、やってやる。
She's challenged me 2 days in a row. That's pretty bold for Akiho. She must really be backed into a corner.
いいね。じゃあ始めよう。手加減はしないから。キルバラ起動。毒って怖いよね。
そう？話してみると結構いいおじいちゃんだよ。
さっきクソとかバカとか言われてたのに。
まあさすがにへこむけど、カイにこれでボコボコにされるよりはへこまないもん。
別にアキちゃんを気遣ってるわけでもないしね。
こんにゃろ
イライラしたからって後で髪ワシャワシャしないでよ。まだまだだね、アキちゃん。
もうなんでそんなに強いの？
そりゃ毎日やり込んでるから。
We've already spent way too much time hanging out in front of the store. As the sun begins to set, The neon sign begins to stand out even more, unfortunately.
日が暮れる前に帰ろう。お腹空いちゃった。
はいはい。
Akiho ended up giving up on beating me for the day. By the by, Akiho managed to ruffle up my hair before I could put my helmet on. Jerk.
ここ今度のテストに出るよ。つまり自由貿易にはそういうメリットがあるわけだけども、そもそも WTO が設置された意味というのは
I'm broke. Money, money, money. The world is held together by money. You need money to do everything. Plus, making a robot requires more cash than most things. Be they giant or small, they both require tons of money. How can a lone high school girl like me ever come up with that kind of money? Do you even know my monthly allowance? 3,000 yen. Like what? That can't cover all of my snacks, clothes, and skincare products. I mean, 3,000 yen for a senior is too little. I spin my pencil in my hand, and this whole Robo 1 ultimatum the VP gave us wouldn't be an issue if it wasn't for me asking for a budget raise. But now I have to spend even more money to prepare a robot to enter Robo 1. What was even the point? Maybe Kai's right. Maybe the vice principal just wants to shut down the robot club. But I don't want to give up. I actually see Robo 1 as a huge opportunity. If we win, we can accept our budget with pride. Nobody would talk smack about us anymore. They would all come around to us. That's why the most important thing right now is acquiring 12,000 yen. The money to buy parts. But I've never got that kind of cash before, not even for New Year's. If I do somehow get an advance, I would need my New Year's money and a few months of allowance. At this point, I come to the realization that my brain is filled with nothing but thoughts of how to make cash. I bite down on my lip and put my head down. I pummel the floor with my feet. I wonder if this is similar to what CEOs of companies on the verge of collapsing feel. I wish I could just focus on my dream.
野宮、どうした？気分でも悪いのか？
至って元気です。
そうか。
My anxiety grows stronger with each passing day.
いらっしゃい。
World Trade Organization, an international organization made to promote free trade, headquartered in Geneva, Switzerland. I wonder if there's a part-time job I can make quick cash. Construction worker. Class ended while thinking about something. Gunville Onk Striker! Where did you go? After school, I swing by the Erie General Store. As soon as I step in, I gulp loudly. My hands have been sweating for a bit now, and my knees won't stop shaking. Am I nervous, or is this pure fear? Mizuka-san, who at this point senses my restless presence, folds the newspaper she had been reading and sits upright.
やるのかい？
After giving her a small nod, I look over at the steamer resting next to the register.
例のあれ、一つください。
毎度。
Mizuka-san grins and opens the steamer. She takes out a passion fruit bun from the top shelf. passion fruit, a fruit. The Japanese name is Kuda mono to queso. Originated in subtropical zone in the Americas. It is 5 to 6 centimeters in size and turns red when ripe. The common way to eat it is to scoop out the pulp with the black seeds inside. Come on, Kaido. Pretend like you don't know they've been promoting this thing as new for like 4 years now. It's a local delight only available at this location. Sure, sounds nice on paper, but reality is a cruel mistress. This little thing is lethal. I personally call it the Destroyer, aka Hellbringer. Passion fruit in and of itself is tasty as all hell, but as soon as it's a bun, something went horribly wrong. I had heard that Mizuka-san's father is the man behind the monster, but did he ever taste test this thing? It's gross. The steaming thing Mizuka-san hands me smells ever so slightly sour. For reasons I can't explain, I tear up. Every time I eat one of these, my appetite gets annihilated for the rest of the day. Great for diets, right? As for why I'm about to eat one of these tiny disasters, well, it's so I can collect some information. This is a trade-off.
一気に行きな。いただきます。
I make peace with myself as I open my mouth wide and jam the thing in. The warm and slimy texture of the fruit pulp and the bun's grotesque appearance. The sour flavor that overwhelms the sweetness due to its warmth. The more I chew, the more tears and snot come flowing out from the holes on my face. At this point, I can barely breathe. Actually, I think I might be choking. Nonetheless, I force the beast down. If I don't finish this thing, I won't get what I came here for. Mizuka-san watches my distorted face with her usual grin. She's definitely enjoying this. My gag reflexes are firing on all cylinders. I somehow manage to hold it down, swallowing the mess in my mouth. Without wiping my tears, I grab a skull from the beverage section. I guzzle it down without paying for it. I silently place 200 yen on the register counter and take some time to recover from the hell I just experienced. Up until a few years ago, sodas used to cost 150 yen, but the economic recession hit hard, a tough price for a student.
もっとうまそうに食えっていつも言ってんでしょ。
Actually impossible.
ま、いいさ。湖協定成立だ。
This is a special agreement that Mizuka-san and I have between us. As you can imagine, it was named after the horrific terms that I have to uphold in order to get info. Mizuka-san is kinda like my info broker. She's socially savvy and works here every day, so she gets to casually chat with faculty and students alike. Since she has all sorts of connections across the island, her giant social circle means she's well informed. And so Mizuka-san secretly provides me with info she gets her hands on. It was originally Mizuka-san who proposed that I eat one entire passion fruit bun in exchange for info. The locals all know how awful it is, so nobody dares drop any cash on them. Its aura even keeps tourists away. And yet Mizuka-san's dad still stocks them every single day. It's apparently hard for her to get rid of them.
欲しい情報いいな。何が知りたい？秋の3サイズ？
どうせ貧相なサイズだろうし、どうでもいいよ。知りたいのは
A wave of nausea washes over me. I hold it down, take a deep breath, and try to calm myself. There's still an awful burning sensation in my throat. Normal passion fruit shouldn't be this deadly. What the hell did they put in it?
知りたいのはロボクリニックのロボドクターのこと。
ああ、あの頑固じいさんか。 それなら秋の方が詳しいんじゃない？
毒の弱みとかそういうのが知りたいんだよね。パーツ代を思わず値下げしちゃいたくなるようなそういう弱み。
Mizuka-san slaps her knee in amusement.
あのじいさんを脅して商品を値切ろって？そりゃ傑作だ。大した度胸じゃないか。また秋のために一肌脱ぐわけだ。
Sharp as a tack. She's just as tricky to deal with as Misumi.
そんな大層なものじゃないよ。でもまあ何事もスムーズに進んだ方が自分に降りかかる火のも少なくなるでしょ。
It's not like I'm doing this to make Akiho happy or anything. It's mostly just for myself.
なんていうか俺信頼してないんだよね、瀬宮明子って人間を。つまりそういうこと。
貝が秋の何なのかわからなくなってきて。
Don't get me wrong, it's not that I don't like Akiho. I really think that we're of one body and soul. When I say I don't trust her, I mean that she's unreliable. Plus,
秋の子よろしくね。
a long time ago, I was tasked with this mission. All I'm doing is fulfilling the promise made that day.
もしかしたら保護者のつもりなのかも。俺アキちゃんにとってのミサ姉の代わりみたいな。
やっぱけなげだわ、あんたって。秋に対してもミサに対してもね。
Mizuki-san lightly punches my upper arm. She's chuckling in amusement.
情報はいつ頃もらえる？
手に入ったら連絡する。なるはや。だろ？
よろしく。
I suppress my gag reflex and exit the store. Lunch break the next day. I'm on my way back to the classroom after a quick bathroom run when my tablet rings.
電話受信。もしもし、
湖協定の件だけど。
水香さんか。何か分かった？
ああ、突き止めたよ。孫がいる。
孫？へえ、そうなんだ。そういえば毒の家族って謎だったけど。
貝や秋と同学年みたいだけど。3年1組空手部の大徳純奈。知ってるかい？
マジ？去年クラスメートだったんだよね。この前もちょっと話した。
その子の母方の祖父があのじいさんらしい。おじいちゃんってのは孫のお願いには弱いもんさ。あとはわかるな。しっかりやんな。
That's Mizuki-san for ya. Only took her one day to find something. The trip through passion fruit hell was worth it. So she's his granddaughter. So basically, we gotta get Juna Daitoku to ask her gramps to hand over the parts for free. Would Doc ever say yes to such a crazy proposal, granddaughter or not? I can't even imagine this playing out like that. This might end up biting us in the butt. He's hard-headed, so it's likely that he'll get upset and say, "How dare you use my Juna-chan?" Bam. Banned. Either way, I should fill Akiho in. What she does with the info is out of my hands. My role is just to show her where the path lies. Whether she walks that path or not is entirely up to her.
これは運命だね。
Today's chore duty, Akijima and Igarashi. Played 20 minutes, 2-1. My stomach isn't doing well this morning. Maybe I'll ask my uncle and Miyazaki for next New Year's money now. You okay? Eat something bad? I did. It might be the key to losing weight. You still get hungry even when you're out of cash. What is life? Akeho is eating lunch alone when I deliver the news to her. She immediately rises from her chair.
まさかそんなつながりがあったなんて。身内価格、これで少なくとも3割引きは期待できるかも。うまくやれば半額、ただってことも。
The president is a lost cause. She's not even considering a scenario in which this goes bad.
でもカイ、なんでそんなすごい情報を知ってるの？
風の噂を耳に挟んだんだよ。
全然知らなかった。ドクと大徳さんじゃ名前も全然違うし。とにかくこれは突撃あるのみだね。
Akeho swiftly closes the lid on her half-eaten lunch and heads towards Daidoku-san's classroom next door. Juna Daitoku is in class 3-1, the one next to mine. I stealthily peek into the classroom. Daitoku-san was one of my classmates when we were second years, so I know what she looks like. She's short, baby-faced, and looks like a middle school boy. She's in the karate club, but she's the only member in the entire school. Daitoku-san's family runs a karate dojo. If I recall correctly, she's been a martial artist since she was little. But due to regulations set by the Inter-High and Nationals, she can't enter any competitions solo. So I guess the school made the club on paper so that she could compete. I hear this type of workaround actually happens in other minor sports too, so her situation isn't so unique. Anyway, that same Daitoku-san is in the middle of chatting with her friends by the window. When I call out to her, she gives me an appropriately surprised look. Nonetheless, I wave her over with as friendly an aura as I can project. She eventually hobbles over hesitantly.
私かな。さあさあ、うちのこと覚えてる？瀬宮さん。覚えててくれた。ありがとう。
I grab Daitoku-san's hands out of pure joy. Her hands are smaller than mine, almost like a child's. Even though she's a girl like me, my heart skips a beat at how adorable she is. I can't believe she knows karate.
実はね、大徳さんにちょっと頼みたいことがあって。何かな？私にできることだといいんだけど。ロボクリニックのドク、藤田さんのこと知ってるよね？
Daitoku-san looks stunned, I think.
親戚でしょ？あれ、違った？
After a moment's hesitation, Daitoku-san slowly begins to speak.
親戚だけど。だよね。間違いじゃなくてよかった。それって藤田のおじいちゃんに聞いたの？風の噂で。風の噂で、大徳さんに頼みたいことっていうのは、特に身内価格でパーツの値段を負けてくれるようにお願いしてくれないかなって。身内価格？ほら、身内のよしみみたいなものってあるでしょ？大徳さんが頼めばきっとドクもコロッと OK すると思うんだ。お願い、この通りロボ部を助けると思って。ちょっと待って。
When I put my hands together in prayer, Daitoku-san grabs my arm, flustered. She takes me to a less crowded hallway.
急にそんなこと言われても困るよ。おじいちゃんに頼むだけでいいの。ダメ元のお願いだから値引きできなかったら諦めるし。でもロボ部がピンチなんだ。特にパーツ代を払えないと 部がなくなっちゃうの。だからお願い、スコール1本おごるから。そんな、頭上げて、瀬宮さん。じゃあ引き受けてくれる
Daitoku-san fidgets like she wants to say something.
何無理かも。
Can't say I was expecting that.
大徳さんの親戚のおじいちゃんに会いに行ってちょっと話してもらうだけなんだけど。
Daitoku vigorously shakes her head back and forth.
私できない。もしかして僕が怖いの？
Are you telling me his own granddaughter is this scared of him? I mean, Doc is a stereotypically stubborn craftsman type, and his taste in music makes him seem like a punk. I think I can understand why Daitoku-san is frightened by him.
私、もう何年も藤田のおじいちゃんとは話してなくて。だったらこれを機会に仲直りしちゃえばいいんだよ。別にいいかなって。なんで？仲直りしたいんだよね。
Most people would want to patch things up in a situation like this, but I'm way off the mark. Daitoku-san hangs her head low, as if she's ashamed.
今は大会前だからあんまり集中乱したくなくて。とにかくごめんなさい。あと今の私の話、藤田のおじいちゃんには言わないでね。大徳さん、うちの話を聞いて。
When I try to stop Daitoku-san from returning to her classroom, someone's hand lightly pushes me away.
ちょっと瀬宮、純奈をつけ回すのやめなよ。怯えてるじゃん。
そうだそうだ。ダメダメロボ部と関わったりなんかしたらろくなことにならなさそう。
There are the two girls who were chatting with Daitoku-san earlier. They positioned themselves like they're guarding her.
純奈は次の週末に国体予選があるんだから、邪魔したら私らが許さないよ。
瀬宮さんはヤシオくんとイチャイチャしてなよ。
キスしたいなら俺とゲームで勝負しなよ。
みたいな。
別に大徳さんをいじめようとかそんなつもりじゃないよ。待ってみんな。
Daitoku-san sticks her neck out despite the tense situation. Then, with tears in her eyes, she looks my way.
ごめんね、瀬宮さん。私、瀬宮さんの頼み聞いてあげられないの。だから諦めてほしいの。本当にごめんなさい。
ああ、瀬宮、純奈のこと泣かした。
ひっどー。瀬宮さんひどいんだ。
How can I not back down after that? I seriously didn't think she would cry. I feel crazy guilty even though I didn't do anything. Nationals, short for National Athletic Meet. Every year they host ice skating and hockey in January, skiing in February, and track meet from September to October. You must be in high school or above to enter. They are split into 3 groups: adults, Youth A, juniors, seniors in high school, and Youth B, freshmen, sophomores in high school. Inter-high, short for Interscholastic Athletic Meet. also called Inter-High School Championships, started in 1966. They use different prefectures as their venue in August every year. Yes, successfully got New Year's allowance early. We are going to win, Robo 1. Oh, congrats. Gotta listen to the second OP of Gun Barrel at max volume. Mom got mad at me. Calm down, LOL. Don't plan anything after school. Played 10 minutes, 1-0, not matching up a lot. Can't wait for after school. Played 30 minutes, 2-2, match with rank 6. Lit. Congrats. Yeah. Turn down the volume. The sound of Akiho's heavy breathing replaces the loud music after Doc turns down the volume.
ドク、こんにちは。
わーきゃとうるせえ娘だな。かく。
The music was clearly louder. Pretty sure I heard Akiho's internal screams for a sec. I'm with her this time. Listening to music that loud for so long would bust up anyone's ears. I wonder if Doc is feeling it.
で、金は用意できたのか。前も言ったが、一切負けるつもりはねえからな。
用意したよ。来年のお年玉と来月と再来月のお小遣い前借りしたんだから。
In the end, her plan to get Daitoku Juna's help ended in failure. And since neither I nor Michi pitched in, Akiho paid for it all on her own. That's our present. I'm so proud of her. Which brings us to the present in which Akiho is regretfully staring at the cash she has pulled out of her wallet.
裏技のバッテリーと充電器、それと AC アダプター。送料なしの税込みでちょうど8000だ。
Akiho reluctantly hands him 8 bills with Hideo's face on them. Doc tries to take the cash, but Akiho refuses to let go, keeping her fingers tightly pinched around the bills.
何のつもりだ？
せめて1000円だけ負けて。
ふざけんな。プロを侮辱すんじゃねえぞ。
ドクのごうつくばり。
Akiho's final Hail Mary to obtain a discount has no effect on Doc, as expected. After snatching the cash away without an expression on his face, Doc hands the battery pack over to Akiho.
的な。アフターサービスはタダだ。何一つもねえだろうが。なんか不具合があったらいつでも言ってこい。
He might be a scary old rocker, but he's actually pretty good about this sort of thing.
それとテストボードもくれてやるよ。
He pulls out a palm-sized circuit board from his drawer.
サーボの動作テストをすんだろ。
いいの？
こんなもん100円もかけずに作れるからな。ただしプラグは自分でつけろよ。電池も自分で用意しな。
わざわざうちらのために作ってくれたんだ。
これがプロの仕事ってもんだ。わかったか？
さすがプロ。この店で取引しててよかった。
Says the person who just called him hard-headed.
いやー、いい買い物だった。
And just like that, Akiho's mood has improved. She seems really happy with Doc's little bonus.
じゃあ、あとはバラしたのを組み立て直すだけだね。
必殺技も考えなきゃ。
まだ諦めてなかったの？
諦めるって何を？
必殺技。
もちろん実戦で使えるようなのないかなっていつも考えてるんだけど、なかなか思いつかなくて。変形機構を前提にしたら今日中にひらめかなくちゃアウトだな。
Well, I guess she can do whatever she wants, just as long as she doesn't shoot herself in the foot. Although I know for a fact that she's going to struggle over this, I can just picture her regretting her decision. I can already hear her yelling, I should never have implemented such a stupid feature. The image of Akiho turning bright red and stomping over to me to ruffle up my hair is as clear as day. I run into Daitoku-san as I exit the restroom. Daitoku-san fidgets as she tries to vanish from my line of sight. Why is she so scared of me? She's got to be stronger than I am, considering she's in the karate club. That makes it look like I'm bullying her. I quickly survey my surroundings in a panic. Luckily, Daitoku-san's two friends from the other day are nowhere to be found. Thank goodness. If they were around, they would just turn this into a big fuss for no reason.
大徳さん、この前はごめんね。結局どこにパーツ代を負けてもらうのは無理だったよ。いいねで買わされた。
I make sure my tone is as positive as possible.
Stream elements. Said,
いや、
stay moist, my
別に
friends.
大徳さんを責めてるわけ
Hydrate.
じゃなくて、ドクとは長い付き合いだし、値段についてはうちも納得してるんだ。なんとか代金も払えたし。それに今になって考えてみると、あのおじいちゃんって身内だろうと絶対に値下げなんてしてくれなさそうだよね。そうなんだ。お役に立てなくてごめんね。いやまさかあそこまで拒否られるとは。ドクのこと苦手って言ってたよね。なんで？やっぱり怖いから？
Daitoku-san remains silent. Crap, did I screw up again? I probably shouldn't have asked her that. Why do I gotta be such a big dummy? Akiho, read the room. Just because we were classmates last year doesn't mean Daitoku-san and I are particularly close. Of course, she would never answer such a personal question. I desperately search for a new topic to change the subject with.
ところで大徳さんって空手部だよね。そうだけど。
I mentally fist bump myself after successfully turning the conversation around.
実は今必殺技を開発中なんだけど、なんかアイデアくれないかな。いい案が浮かばなくて。必殺技？さあ、このぐらいの大きさの。
I illustrate to her the height of the 40cm tall hobby robot with my
ロ
hands.
ボットで今度東京の大会に出るんだ。そのロボット用の必殺技。空手と何か関係あるの？
I proceed to give her a brief rundown of Robo 1's battle rules. I go over the one-on-one duel format in a 2-meter square ring, and how ring outs and knockdowns decide the victor.
重要なのはね、いかに相手をダウンさせるかなんだ。ね、空手で何か使えそうな技ってないかな。
Daitoku-san starts fidgeting again, rubbing her thighs together.
どう？私、お手洗いに行きたいんだけど。すぐ済むから、ちょっとだけ考え
After pleading desperately, Daitoku-san's strained face and all nods gently.
例えば足払いとかになるのかな。足払いできるほどうちらのロボって関節多くないんだ。
It can squat down, but in order to do a leg sweep, it would need to extend the leg forward and then spin from that stance. For that to happen, another joint, in other words, another servo motor, would need to be added. There's no time.
ちなみに大徳さんの得意技って何？得意技？そうそう、参考までに。
She's really putting a lot of thought into this. Does she have that many moves under her belt? I've been using robot anime as a standard for special moves, but maybe real martial artists don't use them. It's then that Daitoku-san shrugs her shoulders and speaks with a bitter smile on her face.
ないかも。ない？いやいや、さすがに一つくらいあるでしょ。自分の中で一番得意なのっていうか、実戦でよく使う技っていうか。私あんまり強くないから技使う前にいつも負けちゃうの。そうなの。
Daitoku-san's reply is straight to the point. How am I supposed to react to that? I slap my left cheek a couple times and take a breath.
だったら実戦用じゃなくていいや。あくまで大徳さんの中で得意としてる技でいいよ。
Daitoku-san goes quiet in thought again, then tilts her head. I guess nothing's coming to mind. Maybe asking Daitoku-san wasn't such a good idea.
じゃあほら、あれ、型って言うんだっけ？それでもいい。型の中だとどんなのが一番得意？型だとあえて言えばスーパーリンペイかな。お、スーパー。
That's it.
それはうちの最もセクシーな単語の中の一つだよ。でも瀬宮さんの想像してるスーパーとは意味が全然違って、中国読みで108って。大徳さん、そのスーパーリンペイには相手をうまくダウンさせるような動作は含まれてる？そうだな。こうでこでこうだから。
Daitoku-san starts to go over the kata sequence. She closes her eyes, slightly moving her body to her mind's image. This is gonna be good.
先にお手洗いに行ってきても？
Crap. I held her up for way longer than I intended. I apologized and let her go immediately. 3 minutes later, Daitoku-san exits the restroom and gasps when she notices me waiting outside. I pick up where we left off.
じゃあ、使えるかどうかはわからないけど、前蹴りとか？どんなのかちょっとやってみてくれるかな？ここで？
Daitoku-san looks around with a troubled expression on her face. Since this corridor is away from the classrooms, foot traffic is low. Still, the bathroom area isn't quite deserted.
スカートだとちょっと。大丈夫だって、一瞬だけ。ね、この通り。
After I beg, Daitoku-san sighs.
だからこんな感じで。
Without taking a stance, she swiftly kicks her left leg up into the air. While she looks insecure in a lot of ways, her kick is sharp and accurate, or at least that's how it looks to me. Plus, it even looked like her leg suddenly stretched out halfway through the kick. I'm genuinely impressed. Meanwhile, Daitoku-san desperately holds down the hem of her skirt after it flips up during the kick.
ねえねえ、今途中から急に足が伸びなかった？最初は膝を曲げたままで、膝をこの高さまで。
Daitoku-san holds her hand up to the height of her belly.
上げたところで前に向かって蹴り出す感じなの。2段階ってことか。ちょっとうちもやってみていい？見てて。
I lower my hips and take a stance. I try to mimic what I just saw by raising my knee up and extending my leg, but I end up wobbling off balance. Before I know it, I'm on my butt with my left leg still sticking out in front of me. Daitoku-san rushes over and fixes my skirt before anybody can see. But I don't care about my skirt or if people can see up it. I'm feeling inspired.
これだ。ほら見て、この形。
My butt is still firmly on the ground, my left leg extended and my right knee bent, maintaining balance.
これだよ。
Why doesn't she get it? Whatever. As long as I see it in my mind's eye, it'll be fine. I don't need to explain this to Daitoku-san right now. I've got to summarize my thoughts before school ends.
頑張るアクセルインパクトって技がある。
急に何さ。
Yesterday evening, Akiho suddenly said she came up with a special attack and went to the clinic to buy cheap parts. Today she's finally supposed to get started rebuilding Prez, but as soon as I poke my head into the room, she
もち
talks.
ろん回も知ってるよね。頑張れるの第1シーズン5巻収録の第13話に出てきたよ。
Akiho is linking the Prez's 24 servo motors to the test board and using the battery to check that they move.
そうだっけ？
I have absolutely no recollection of what she's talking about. She's forced me to watch Gun Barrel multiple times, but even I'm shocked at how little I remember.
それに昨日大徳さんから教えてもらったスーパーリンペイの前蹴りを組み合わせたの。
スーパーリンペイって
空手の型、強そうでしょ。
何？名前はね、実際に見たことないからわからないけど。
その前蹴りからヒントを得たんだ。スライディングキックみたいなものかな。ポイントはこれ。
Akiho shows me a small caster, not even 3 centimeters in diameter.
これを種子島審査に取り付けるの。うちの考えならそんな大改造はいらないはず。すごくシンプルなプログラムをちょろっと加えるだけで一撃必殺の大技になるよ。これ見たらきっとお客さんはびっくりするぞ。何しろ防御不能、当たれば絶対にダウン確定だもん。
そんなにすごいの？
よし、全サーボのテスト終わり。よかった、全部ちゃんと動いたよ。新しく買う必要はないみたい。
予算厳しい割には必殺技用のパーツは深く考えずに買っちゃうんだね。
Wouldn't you want to hold off on that until the servo motor tests were finished, just in case anything needed replacing?
いや、実はちょっと順序間違えちゃって。でも結果オーライってことで。
Complete and total luck.
ちなみにネジとかちゃんと保管してる？なくしたりしてない？
The many screws that keep the Prez together are small. Losing track of even one would be disastrous. She had finished putting Prez together only to find leftover screws, or not have enough to finish it somehow. You know.
へえ、カイってなんだかんだでこのオーバーホールのこと気になってる？
単なる老婆心だよ。俺はアキちゃんのこと信用してないからね。
それ笑いながら言うセリフかな。
まあ赤っ端書かないようにスタートラインに立てるようにはしないよ。組み立てられずに終了なんてアキちゃんも悔しいでしょ。
After delivering my warning to her, I go back to focusing on Kill Ballad.
こんにゃ
やめてくれよ。
Akiho ruffles up my hair yet again, and to make matters worse, she did it while still holding a servo motor, so my hair gets tangled up in the gears. Of course, when it's all said and done, I make her remove the motor herself. Night comes on quick on the island. Once the sun goes down, the scenery rapidly fades into the darkness. Unlike a city, the island's countryside doesn't have many places with their lights still on at night. Honestly, there's nowhere to go even if you stayed out late. That's why students like us normally go home before the sun sets. At the very least, I've only stayed at school this late, 7:30, once or twice ever. Most of the lights are off. The faculty room lights are probably still on, but they don't reach the courtyard. In the distance, I can barely see the lights coming from town and the cars driving about. The moon's up in the sky. It's pretty round, but it's not quite a full moon. And to the north, the direction of the new airport, the sky oozes red. The aurora is in full swing yet again.
アキちゃん、いい加減帰ろうよ。
もうちょっと。
Akiho is still doing her assembly work. She finished the servo motor test a while ago, and now she's putting the screws back from whence they came. With only the Robot Club's table light to guide her, she immerses herself in her work, her brow covered in sweat. She looks like an engineer. Even I can see her extraordinary zeal.
先に帰ってもいいよ。
She continues to futz around. I shrug my shoulders and sit on the lawn in front of the club room.
それはできない相談だな。
I'm Akiho's watcher after all. If Akiho is still going to work, I'm sticking with her. It doesn't really bother me, to be honest. Though that isn't to say I plan on helping her or anything. Akiho lets out what sounds like a scream of terror and begins to panic. The light in the cramped room bobs up and down. She's probably searching the floor for the screw. Good luck.
だからいい加減帰ろうって言ったのに。
どうしよう。おい、ネジ、出てこいや。
お前ら
Michi, our delinquent club advisor, appears with flashlight in hand. He's even less interested in club than I am. Mitsuhiko Nagafukata, born 1/2/95, age 24, blood type O, lives in Hirayama, Minamitanecho, Kumage-gun, Kagoshima Central Tanigashima High School staff.
ミッチーが部室に顔出すなんて珍しい。
そりゃ顔も出すさ。いいかお前ら、知らないなら先生が教えてやるからよく聞いてしっかり記憶に刻みつけるんだぞ。今は7時半、とっくに下校時間だ。生徒は7時までに帰らないとダメだと校則で決まってるんだぞ。豆知識な。
だってさ、アキちゃん。
でもネジが。
諦めて明日探せば。ネジは逃げたりしないだろうから。
嫌だと言ってもこの俺が校門から放り出してやるぞ。いいが、それはつまりだな。ライオンが子供を崖から突き落とすような意味だったりするわけだ。
Akiho seemingly gives in and leaves the club room behind her. Wanting to preserve the interior exactly as she left it, she carefully closes the door.
アキちゃん、あんまり無理しない方がいいよ。
分かってる。大丈夫だよ。 今日もちゃんと帰れそうだから。こんな時間まで付き合ってくれてありがとう。
テスト勉強か。感心感心。ロボワンも大切だが学生の本分は学業だからな。
It's as if the air around us suddenly freezes.
どうした？
期末テストっていつからだっけ？
まさか来週？
そうだぞ。その勉強で残ってたんだろ？違うのか？
I totally forgot. Looks like Akiho is in the same place I am. She's gone pale and her entire body is shaking. If we started cramming now, would we make it in time? Suddenly, Akiho clutches my shoulder. There's a forced smile on her face. I can tell because her eyes have totally glazed over.
はい、いっそのことを諦めよう。
どっちを？
テストを。
マジ？
っていうか裏切らないでね。ね。うちら同じロボ部でしょ。そうでしょ。死なばもろともだよ、カイ。
Well, it's not like me or Akiho ever did particularly well on tests anyway, so I guess we're set to fail. In any case, Akiho continued her strenuous efforts alone as the Robot Club's brave president. She used the entirety of her day off on Saturday and finally completed reassembling the prez. Replenishing via Skull. Arrived at school, only the night duty teacher is here. Pick up the phone. I'm bored. I'm a dream about this school transforming into a robot. That sounds like something a guy would imagine, or a kid. The clock turns into a face, right? Just as I said on the phone, come ASAP, club president orders. Akiho makes exaggerated sound effects with her mouth as she presents the honorary prez to me.
これが種子島新さんの生まれ変わった姿だ。
テスト前日の貴重な休みに何やってんのか。
それは言わない約束。
The only real change to the robot's appearance is the tail-like protrusion on its butt. It's attached to a caster. This appears to be the mechanism for the special attack that Akiho mentioned before.
できればサーボとかセンサーも全部新しくて性能のいいやつにしたかったんだけどな。もっと時間とお金があれば。
Infinite cash and time. Now there's a wish that ain't never getting granted.
で、ネジはちゃんと足りた？
足りてるよ。そんなポカはしないって。余ったりもしてないし。
それはよかった。で、組み立て終了記念のお披露目式とやらはこれで終わり？
About an hour ago, Akiho called and woke me up. She wanted me to come to school for a reveal ceremony.
お披露目式は終わり。これから稼働テストをします。大会まで残り1週間だからね。この1週間でバグ取りと操縦方法になれるためのテストプレイを徹底的にやり込むの。
Robo 1 spans 2 days, next Saturday and Sunday. Honestly, I don't know if I should be annoyed there's only 1 week left, or happy we still have a whole week to go. Whatever, I'm not going to stress over it.
ラッキーなことに来週はテスト週間でお昼までに学校終わるから時間はたっぷりあるよ。
アキちゃん、勉強
勉強してる場合じゃないもん。
Akiho sticks her thumb up and grins. It's game over. Either way, she's decided to do her operational test in the school hallway. I guess I'll watch while I'm playing some Kill Ballad.
と
Akiho holds a large controller in one hand and carefully reads the manual spread out on the floor of the hallway.
そのプロポやたらとスイッチついてない？
The thing's covered in dust after being in storage for a decade. It has 2 control sticks and like 10 switches. As a result, it looks a hell of a lot more complicated than the old controllers that came with RC toys.
それが名誉部長用のプロポなわけ？
そう
Akiho proudly confirms for me as she looks up from the manual.
お姉ちゃんがね、操縦しやすいように独自の方法を編み出した話って知ってるでしょ？
そうだっけ？
その神がかった操縦法を見て、当時のロボアン出場者の人たちは度肝を抜かれたらしいよ。
Akiho takes a deep breath and blows on the controller. She can't help but cough as a cloud of dust from the controller surrounds her. This is what happens when you try to do things the quick and easy way. She should have wiped it down first.
マニュアル見てるだけじゃ始まらないよね。実際に動かしながら操縦方法は覚えていこう。カイ、ちょっと手伝って。
手伝ってほしいならキルバラで。
もう種子島新さんを少しだけ立たせておくだけなんだから、そんなこと言わないでよ。
Well, I guess I can do that. I nod and Akiho hands the press to me. It's actually pretty heavy. Now that I'm holding it for myself, I can tell that it's heavier than it looks.
両足を地面につけて立たせておいて。
I do as I'm told and stand the honorary press up in the hallway. However, it can't stand like this on its own, so I support it by holding its shoulders. During this time, Akiho flips the power switch on its back to on. The press looks like it shudders for just a second. Accompanied by the sound of spinning motors, it straightens its back out and corrects its posture.
動いた。カイ、もう離していいよ。
When I take my hands off it, the press stands up gallantly. It's like he's completely different
今の
robot.
どうやったの？
電源を入れるとね、全部のサーボモーターの歯車があらかじめ決めておいたホームポジションに戻るの。まあ、要するに自立できる姿勢ね。
へ
I figured it had self-learned terrain, then automatically adjusted its posture to stand up on its own.
さあ、準備完了。
Akiho looks at the honorary press and gives it a satisfied smile. In her hands is the clunky controller.
それじゃあいよいよ種子島新さん発進せよ。
Akiho's hands begin to fiddle with the controller. The honorary press takes a step forward with its left leg. I gotta admit, seeing it walk is starting to get me a little excited. The honorary press takes another step with its left leg, then the left leg again,
左足しか動いてないけど。
which means it's just rotating in place with the right leg as its axis.
そうだ。間違えた。今度こそ。
This time the right leg moves, then the left leg again. Right leg, left, right, left, right.
どうね、歩いてるよね。
ちゃんと歩いてるね。さっきのは何だったの？
間違えただけだってば。
Left leg, right leg, right, left, left. The left moves a little, then the right. It's not walking very well. How bad do you gotta be at the controllers to make it move like this?
タイミング取りづらい。
I stand next to Akiho and watch her finger movements. That said, they're relatively simple. She's alternating between pushing the left and right control sticks upwards. I guess each stick corresponds to a leg.
手はどうやって動かす？
手はね、ちょっと待って。
Akiho stops her hands and looks at the manual on the floor.
切り替えスイッチはと。そうそう、これ。
She appears to search for something on the controller before flipping a switch on its back.
スイッチで切り替えるとこうして。
Akiho returns to the two control sticks that were manipulating Tanikashi Machine 3's legs earlier. Only now the honorary press's arms are linked to their movement. They move up, down, left, and right.
おお、完璧。
To be honest, the movement tracing is pretty accurate, so it's impressive how freely the little guy can move around. The only problem
その操縦方法だと手と足は同時に動かせないんじゃ。
そうだよ。
Yes, she says.
これがロボワンを震撼させた画期的な操縦方法なわけ？
そう。
How did Misani manage to win like this?
分かってないな、カイは。みんなが震撼したのはこんな操縦方法なのに、お姉ちゃんがすごい動きで戦ってみせたってところ。うちも実際に見たことあるけど、本当にすごかったんだから。両方の指がね、もう止まってる瞬間はないんじゃないかっていうくらいずっと動いてて、あとプロポからずっと音がしてた。スイッチ切り替えの音、カチカチカチカチって。2本のコントロールスティックと全部で14個のスイッチを状況に合わせて見事に使い分けてたの。言ってみれば種子島新さんの操縦はお姉ちゃんにしかできないスーパーピーキー仕様だっていうことだよ。
なるほどね。
I totally buy what Akiho is selling. Misani is the only one who could make this work. That's the problem.
アキちゃんはそのスーパーピーキーなプロポを使いこなそうと、そういうわけか。
それはこれから練習して慣れていくんだよ。
本番って来週だよね。
来週だよ。
無理だね。
When I point this out to her, Akiho hangs her head.
大丈夫だよ。1週間あればお姉ちゃんレベルは難しくてもそれなりに動かせるようになれる。きっとなれるもん。諦める暇があったらとにかく練習あるのみ。
When she raises her head, she's even more spirited than she was before.
絶対にこの無茶苦茶な操縦法をマスターしてやるから。おー、たぎってきた。
Good grief, she's the physical manifestation of positive thinking. But see, even for a fighting game player like me, it would take a month to get a feel for these controls. It would be faster to change the controls to something easier for Akiho. If it were me, I would have to play like KB. Needless to say, I don't tell Akiho any of this. She can do whatever she wants. It isn't my place to interject.
それよりかい、見て見て。こないだ話したやつ。うちが今回独自に種子島新さんに組み込んだ必殺技。
Akiho wears a proud expression on her face, then presses the red button on the controller. The honorary press suddenly bends forward. Maintaining that pose, it falls backwards onto its butt.
倒れちゃったけど。
ここからだよ。
Really?
いっけ
Then, still in the same pose, it suddenly blasts forward.
どう？かかととお尻にキャスターをつけたの。これで突進することでね、超高速、超威力のスライディングキックになるわけ。振りをつけるし、うまくやれば相手のパンチをかわしてそのままカウンターにも持っていけるよ。名付けて種子島アクセルインパクト。
それパクリじゃん。
She's right. It really doesn't matter. More importantly,
あれいつ止まる
the honorary press just keeps charging along down the long hallway.
まずい。カイ、止めて。
のどうやって
追いかけて。
おいおい止まる仕組みついてないとか
止まる仕組みなんてつけたら複雑になっちゃうでしょ。
I was legit curious about the special attack thing because she kept on going about it. Fool me once. Victory is looking like a pipe dream. Akio continued her practice through the entirety of the afternoon. I quietly played Kill Ballad while she struggled with the controls. Needless to say, no studying happened. And just like that, several days passed by since Akio began her operational training. Final exams are already half over. I think it goes without saying how Akio and I have been faring on that front. Supplementary exams. This sucks. After exams today, Akio once again hits the club room to train. She ends up spending hours at the work table. Oh man, math is not going well. I don't get it at all. Me too. I guess we'll both retake the test in the summer. Now, time to practice. I'm getting confused little by little. Maybe it's from lack of sleep. Don't push yourself. I was able to move the left hand. You have to manage every movement manually. There isn't a gyro. Position managing is also done by manpower. Sis made something crazy, insane that she won controlling this. Too cray. After exams today, Akiho once again hits the club room to train. She ends up spending hours at the work table.
あれ
She hasn't improved at all. Akiho was never dexterous enough to begin with, and Misani's custom controls aren't something anyone can imitate. But I've known this since Sunday.
あきちゃんそろそろ7時になるし今日はお開きにすれば
うん
ずいぶんお疲れだね
そうかな。
目のクマがひどいよ
おっとそれは恥ずかしい。
Her bashful expression is less spirited than usual. Akiho takes a deep breath, then puts the honorary press and controller in the carrying case she found in storage. Akiho has been taking the press home every day to practice.
帰ろっか。
いつも何時ぐらいまでやってるの
I say to her as she's locking the club room door.
徹夜
寝てないってこと
1時間くらい昼寝してるから平気だって。あと実はテスト中も。
答案用紙を白紙で出すとかしてるわけあきちゃんかっこよすぎでしょ
白紙にはしてないよ。ほとんどわかんないけど。
I've got no room to talk. I'm in the same situation as her.
夜はちゃんと寝ないと体が持たないよ
大丈夫。若いんだからなんとかなるって。
若いとかそういう問題じゃなくて
I get the feeling she's trying to dodge my concerns, so I grab Akiho by the shoulders and stop her.
分かってるでしょあきちゃんは無理はしちゃいけないんだ
うんそうなんだけど。
焦る気持ちはわかるよでもさ俺だってあきちゃんにいつもついていられるわけじゃないし体調管理は自分できちんとしてもらわなきゃ
ごめん。
Akiho looks dejected as she offers up a sincere apology, but her face looks kind of pale. This isn't good.
じゃあ今日は帰ったらちゃんと寝ること
テスト勉強しろとは言わないんだね。
After reaching the parking lot, I turn to face Akiho as usual. NE738X Honda Super Cup, registered by Sai Nishiki, registered on 3/22/18, Central Tanegashima High, registration number 96. ME6726 Honda Super Cup, registered by Seiya Seiko, registered on 3/14/19, Central Tanegashima High, registration number 138.
De, 大丈夫？
I ask the usual question. Her usual answer doesn't come. Today is different. Akiho weakly shakes her head back and forth, her face still pale. It doesn't take long for me to understand the situation. I immediately have Akiho sit down where she's standing.
なんなら保健室まで連れてくけど。
ううんここでいいや。
She tries to force a smile, but her brow is covered in a layer of cold sweat. Akiho puts out her hand and I hold on to it. She tightly grips it. Before long, her face becomes expressionless. Her eyes are open, but she's not really there. She's not actually looking at anything. Her breathing gradually grows deeper and heavier. All the strength leaves her body as she slumps over. I hold her shoulders to support her. She's like the honorary prez when it runs out of power. I idly look up at the sky as I compare the two images in my head. Once this happens, it doesn't matter how much I call out to her. Akiho won't answer. But this is normal. She has attacks like this regularly. That said, it's rare for them to occur with such perfect timing. There's only one way to treat this. You have to wait till she gets better. After about 5 minutes, she'll naturally recover. Thus, there's no need to panic. I've seen her have these attacks for years now, so I understand how to deal with them. By that, I mostly mean holding onto Akiho and supporting her. That's all she needs and all I can do for her. I let go of Akiho's hand, and in its place I put the pink stuffed toy hanging from the tablet at her waist. Then, still with a blank expression on her face, she starts to squeeze and fiddle with the toy in her hand. The little stuffed toy she always carries on her is the perfect size to fit in the palm of her hand. It's so dirty and colorless because she always squeezes it during attacks to remain conscious. That's right, Akiho is still conscious. The only way I can really describe this condition is as an attack. A fugue state, one might say. At this very moment, while Akiho is spending 5 minutes in reality, she's perceiving it as 1 second of time. I know this because these attacks aren't anything new. Plus, Akiho always tells me about them afterward. 5 minutes of reality gets compressed into 1 second of perception. It feels like time is moving super fast for her. Meanwhile, for the people watching her, it's like she's moving in slow motion, like a zombie or something. Elephant mouse syndrome. That's the super scientific name that doctors have given it, but Akiho and I call it FF. Nice and simple. FF is short for fast forward. You know, like how video players have fast forward and rewind buttons. It sounds confusing because of all the different perspectives, but we call it FF from Akiho's viewpoint. These attacks aren't something she was born with. They are the after effect of an accident that happened 8 years ago. Ever since that day, Akiho and we've been afflicted with these unpleasant attacks. They tend to occur after we put strain on our bodies. Things like staying up all night or exercising too hard. That's why I always tell her not to push herself. That's why I always ask her how she feels before she drives her scooter. That's why I go with her if she's heading to school, even on days off. And that's why I'm a member of the Robot Club. If something happens to Akiho, I need to be there with her so I can look after her. And the same goes for me. My symptoms are a bit different from Akiho's, but I still have to deal with the same after effects. My attacks actually require proper nursing, so in that sense you could say that Akiho and I are both supporting each other. The reason we're always together at school isn't just because we're both in the Robot Club or childhood friends. It's so we can deal with these attacks when they happen without causing problems for other people. We would love to get better ASAP, but there's no cure for our particular condition, so we've just gotta deal. Which means that in order to protect ourselves, the very least we can do is support each other. Akiho slowly moans, but doesn't form any words. The parking lot is slowly being blanketed in the darkness. If someone happened to run into us now, they would probably think we were two lovebirds messing around. Anyhow, I call Akiho's mother and ask her to come pick her daughter up. The attack only lasts 5 minutes, but the numbness of the body lasts much longer. She shouldn't be driving. After the call, I have nothing to do but wait for Akiho to recover. I take a look at her face. She has the expression of a no mask. Empty eyes, slightly quivering lips. Sometimes she ends up drooling, so it's actually kind of a problem. There was one time where she totally soaked my shirt. This idiot. That's why I told her not to push herself so hard. She's already constantly rushing forward when it comes to the Robot Club. And now she wants to add Robo 1 on top of that. Fixing the honorary prez, staying up all night to learn its complex control scheme. Akiho is that desperate to protect the Robot Club and make her dream a reality. But I'm not blameless. I saw her walking that dangerous line and didn't warn her as much as I should have. Maybe I should have forced her to stop. Or should I have helped her more? I don't know. I don't know, but supporting each other. I guess I have no choice. I sigh, straighten out my thoughts, and pull out my phone droid to kill time playing Kill Ballad. Akiho says my name. Slowly at first, then gradually faster. She blinks her eyes, then speaks again. Strength begins to return to Akiho's hand. She weakly grasps at mine. I guess it's been about 5 minutes. Looks like she hasn't recovered enough to stand yet. While still leaning against my shoulder, she nods a little, then starts to slowly take deep breaths. She told me before that after an attack, she's so exhausted that she can't even walk.
おばさんには連絡しといた。もうすぐ迎えに来てくれるよ。これに懲りたらもう無理はしないこと。ほらほら、この後に及んで何その返事。
じゃあ、はい、オペレーターやってくれないかな。
What a low blow. She's really asking me that at a time like this? How unfair can you get?
わかった。
Akiho opens her eyes wide.
まさか受けてくれるなんて思ってなかったよ。いつもの勝負とかしなくてもいいのかな。
今回は特別。
そっか。でもありがとう。助かるよ。
ただし条件が。
何？
ミサネ仕様の操縦方法は俺でも無理。だから キルバラみたいな操縦方法にしてよ。
Akio cocks her head like she doesn't really understand what I'm saying. Just then I hear the sound of a car horn coming from the school gate. That might be her mom. I lend my shoulder to Akio to help her stand, and we slowly make our way toward the front gate. After entrusting Akio to her mother, I drive home alone on my scooter. I stop by a neighborhood park on the way. The park is poorly lit, so it's pitch black. The red aurora in the night sky stands out even more as a result. Mina Mitane-cho Local District Hall. Danger. Do not enter. Uchugaoka Park, a park where you can watch the lot rockets soar. Overseer Mina Mitane-cho Planning Division. Till 4 years ago, it was possible to see Tanegashima Space Center rocket launches from here in Uchugaoka Park. Now all it has is a dog walking course. The park has the kanji for space in its name, but it ain't very cosmic. Half the stairs up to the viewing area have rusted away. When I was in grade school, there was a do not use sign. The go-kart space in Mina Mitane-cho Local Hall at the park have been abandoned for over 10 years. Even the new local hall they built a short distance away has been closed, but that's exactly why. That's why this is my favorite spot even now. At night it's completely silent. Nobody comes here. Plus, it's close to my house. Not even 5 minutes by scooter. Here, I can sink into the darkness with nobody around to bother me. Just me and some quality time with Kill Ballad. It's kinda mysterious. My nerves get sharper than usual, and I can focus better when I'm here. I come here when I want to get some serious play in, like when I'm pushing for the #1 spot. I sometimes chat with folks from Tokyo when I play. They rag on me for only winning because I play in quiet spots. In Tokyo, they still have these crazy places called arcades. I guess it's common to have crowds watch you play. Same with tournaments held overseas and stuff. A gallery of thousands of people sitting in a massive hall. Everything is so loud you can't even hear the game. Players get up on stage and fight against their opponent, who sits right next to them. I guess you're not a true fighting game player unless you can win in a situation like that. But as someone who barely even leaves Tanegashima, what's that got to do with me? This is my playstyle, and it's helped me climb up to the spot of 5th best in the world. I don't care if people hate on me or my strats. This stage helps me win. Anyway, time to get started. Or not. I get a call on my phone droid. Who the heck could it be?
電話受信。
As soon as I answer, Akiho's loud voice
もう
resounds.
平気なの？
ああ、うん。うちは落ち着いた。今家に帰ってきたとこ。ありがとう。そんなことより、さっき言ってたこと。
Akiho, you're too close to the camera, and you're being way too loud. You would never guess this was the same girl who had an attack earlier in the evening.
さっきって俺がオペレーターやってもいいって話？
それその時条件出してきたでしょ。
出したよ。キルバラの操縦システムにしてくれって。できそう？
いや、できないよ。でもそれすごいアイデアだと思うの。
Akeho is crazy excited.
そんな発想全く思いつかなかったもん。格闘ゲームのシステムとホビーロボットの操縦の融合か。これノーベル賞ものの発明だよ。
大げさだな。
そんなことないってば。キルバラのシステムを使うっていうことはコントローラーはポケコンになるんでしょ。想像するだけでワクワクしちゃうよ。あと1年準備期間があればな。
But we don't. Including today, we have 3 days left. Plus, we gotta leave the island for Tokyo on Friday evening, so tomorrow is our last real day for prep. We're at a complete deadlock. There's nothing we can possibly do.
せっかくカイもやる気になってくれたのに。
別にやる気になったわけじゃないよ。またアキちゃんに倒れられたら厄介だから、それだけだよ。
それでもいいの。うちはカイの言ってくれたこと嬉しかった。できればあと1週間早く行ってほしかったけどね。とにかく明日と明後日で何ができるかもうちょっと考えてみるね。じゃあおやすみ。
おやすみ。
After I disconnect, I sigh to myself. Deep down, I kinda hope she would just give up.
あいつのことだから諦めないだろうな。
I've been iffy about this Robo 1 thing from the get-go because it's obvious that the BP is just toying with us.
メール受信。
What is this? The text is all garbled. Considering it's just gibberish, I delete it.
キルバラ起動。
Time to get back on schedule. I boot up Kill Ballad. Even if we did make an appearance at Robo 1, there's no way we would be able to win with Misa-Ni's control scheme. It would be humiliating to go to Tokyo, lose, and come back to the island to see the VP's self-satisfied grin. Plus, the only way we would ever be able to implement Kill Ballad's control scheme would be to ask the game's creator. I get meshed up with none other than Frau Kojiro. What's going on here? Talk about way too perfect timing. I still remember the shitty way they accused me of being a cheater. But since water under the bridge, I've got nothing to lose. I know now that Frau Kojiro doesn't use Voicha. While that's a pain in the ass, I can still use text chat. Ignoring the actual match, I start typing on the touchscreen. Evening. Thanks for messaging me the other day. Just so you know, I don't cheat. I have no idea who told you that was the case, but it's not true. By the way, I know this is sudden, but I have a request. Have you heard of Robo 1? I'm set to appear in the tournament this weekend, and so I was thinking of trying to use the Kill Ballad's control scheme with the hobby robot I'm entering Robo 1 with. I know this is a ridiculous thing to request, but could you share the Kill Ballad source code with me? Source programming. Source code is the text written in computer programming lingo. This is what programmers read and write. If it makes me easier to trust, I'll happily give you my identity. My name is Kaido Yashio, and I live in Tanegashima. I'm a third year at Central Tanegashima High. Do you want my home address too?
反応なしか。
Giving away the source code to some random high school kid would be the epitome of stupid. Goodbye, money. I doubt anything will come of this. And as expected, Frau Kojiro disconnects midway through the match without saying a word. I must have really put them off. I gaze up at the night sky. I feel like I could see way more stars back in the day, but the crimson stain in the northern sky has made it difficult to spot stars these days. Tokyo's at a higher latitude than Tanegashima, right? I wonder what the aura looks like over there. Today's chore duty, Sanazaka Suzuki.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
I'm getting heated up. There's no time for tests. Calm down. My test was horrible. Played 1 hour, 18-0. Akeho is face down on her desk, groaning. She's holding up the honorary press's giant manual. I'm guessing she's been reading it all morning, ignoring class. The press's programming is printed in the manual. That's Misa-ni for you. Akeho has a dejected look on her face while she flips through the notebook.
このプログラムを新しく構築するなんて一日でできるわけないよ。
Akeho declares her surrender in the empty classroom after the day's exams.
アイデアは最高なんだけどな。
じゃあ東京行きもやめるってことで決まりだね。
Now that that's all settled, it's time to grub. I stuff my cheeks with the curry bread I bought earlier in the day.
それはやめない。出場さえすれば 1% でも優勝する可能性はあるし。
言うと思ったよ。ほんと諦め悪いところは厄介というかめんどくさいよな。
だって
今のまま出てもアキちゃんが赤っ端書いて終わりだと思うけどね。
はい。
Akeho quickly stands up and faces me.
オペレーターやってくれるって昨日言ったよね。
She firmly grabs both of my shoulders and clings to me in tears.
言ったよね。
条件付きでってところが抜けてるよ。
昨日の回はあんなに優しかったのに。
ダダをこねないように。
回に少しでもロボブを思う気持ちがあるのなら。
ないね。
これっぽっちも。
俺に言うことを聞かせたいなら勝負か条件を達成するかそのどっちかだよ。
Akeho hastily whips out her phone droid.
一回でも勝てばいいんでしょ。 まで36時間くらいずっと付き合ってもらうけど。
So that's her strategy. Akiho's nowhere near my level, but it's possible that over a bunch of matches I might make a mistake, and she gets lucky. There are no absolutes in fighting games after all.
まあいいけど、アキちゃんの心が折れても知らないよ。
カイって本当に容赦しないからな。
I quickly finish my curry bread and thoroughly wipe my hands with a wet tissue.
じゃあ始めようか。それとも場所移動する？
いい、まずはここでやる。
Akiho's pretty worked up. I grin and pull out my phone droid.
どうしたの？
A message? Who could it be from? I find the timing a bit dubious as I open it up. Sorry for the turtle speed response. What you said yesterday was really interesting, so I tried ripping together a program for you, Umi Shoshi. I upped it, so try it out. Giovanni did it in a night. Too easy. Who the hell is Giovanni? LOL. Anyway, to be honest, I don't really talk to people like this, but consider it an apology for treating you like a cheater. By the way, I sorta maybe kinda got things to discuss with you, so I might contact you again. Give me your thoughts on the program I sent too. Anyway, below you'll find the app required to use the program I sent, and a list of parts you're going to have to dump into your hobby robot. It ain't gonna be cheap, so you'll have to front the cash. LOL. Gimme. Internet slang used in the thousands. Gizme means give me, mainly used when asking for videos or pictures. LOL. Internet slang. Laugh out loud by inserting LOL into the middle or at the end of a sentence. The speaker convey that they are laughing. On message boards, users can also type them out in succession to strengthen the expression or even ridicule someone. For example, ha ha, sure. Too easy. Internet slang means too easy. When used for yourself, it means you're bragging, but when used for others, it's belittling toward their gameplay. Giovanni did it in a night. Internet slang, a line from manga that was popular at the time, used when creating a high-quality product in a very little time. Up. Internet slang for upload, used when you upload pictures or videos online. Turtle speed response. Internet slang to respond slow like a turtle on a huge online forum. Wait, what the hell? The message is filled with all sorts of bizarre terms I don't recognize, but I get the general gist of what's written.
カイ？
キルバラ操縦システム実現できるかも。アキちゃん、このパーツ揃えられる？
I show Akiho the parts list at the end of the message.
どうかな。ロボクリニックに行けば揃うのは間違いないけど、在庫が今あるかどうかは聞いてみないと。ねえ、このメッセージの人誰？
キルバラの作者。ダメ元でソースくれって頼んだら、ソースどころかプログラムを作って送ってきた。
おお、風が吹いてきた。これはたぎる展開だね。
Akiho is so excited that it's genuinely hard to believe she was just clinging to me in tears. Even I never expected such a convenient turn of events to go down like this. It's a little hard for me to be too happy though. Who knows what Frau Kojiro has in store for me? Doc's never done stuff like this for the Robot Club before. Nearly 6 hours soon by after explaining the situation to Doc. It's pretty late, the date's about to change. Doc keeps saying interesting while he helps install the parts. The robot doctor's skills are a thing to behold. He also lent us a laptop, but quickly took it from Akiho due to her slow programming. Now he's doing it himself.
ねえドク、全部ドクがやったらうちのやることなくなっちゃうよ。
お前みたいな小娘に任せてたら終わるもんも終わらねえだろうがよ。
そうだけど。
任せといた方がいいよ。アキちゃんよりよっぽど信頼できるからね。
I'll let Akiho pout by herself now. Doc's fingers move like running water as they glide across the PC keys. The PC is wired up to the controller board on the honorary Prez's back. It's basically the Prez's brain. You load the movement control program into it from the PC. Generally speaking, this is where the overall quality of the hobby robot is determined. Not that I have any clue what all the programming text and numbers on the monitor mean.
ま、こんなもんだろ。
Look at this old rocker. He's usually snide and cold, but he's clearly in a good mood today. Is he enjoying this?
動かせるところまではやっといた。あとの細かい調整はオペレーターの好みになるだろうから好きにしな。
早速動かしてみようよ。
Akiho pulls the USB cable out of the honorary Prez and stands it up on the floor. She then flips the power on.
カイ、準備いい？
待って。
I need to start up the app. I've already downloaded the Kill Ballad System 2019 app that Frau Kojiro told me
ま
to.
だ？
早くしろ。
はーい。
起動したよ。
Displayed on my phone droid monitor is a first-person view of the robot cockpit, Kill Ballad style. This is just a dummy image. There's no camera built into the honorary Prez. Not to mention there's no point in reproducing a proper FPS perspective on a hobby robot.
うちにも見せて。
Akiho peeks at my phone droid from the side.
キルバラっぽい。
Looks like Frau Kojiro reused her KB UI. It's not that the screen layout is like KB, it literally is the KB UI. UI, user interface, and the computer system is the display format or the input mode for user use, sometimes used to refer to how a machine feels while operating it.
たぎるね。
たぎる。
I chime in. Even I can't deny that this is exciting. Plus, this thing was built by Killballad's one and only
見
creator.
てるだけじゃ動作テストにもならんだろうが。ぼさっとしてねえで。さっさと動かしてみろ。
The Kill Ballad System 2019 help says the control scheme is the same as Kill
コマンドの
Ballad's.
組み合わせであらかじめプログラムしておいたいろんな動作を出せるって。
とりあえず一つだけ仮で登録しといたぞ。
キルバラと同じコマンドで頑張るアッパーが出せるはず。
基本だね。やってみるか。
It's a command I input several hundred times a day, so I would never mess it up. Upon successful input, the press crouches down, then stands back up while doing uppercut with its left arm.
いいね。
バッチリ。
誰が考えたシステムかは知らねえが、大したもんだ。
The way this system works, if you just press random buttons, you'll only throw out basic moves. But by combining command inputs, you can unleash more complex moves. That seems to be its most unique feature. Akiho's face is a bit red as she excitedly gazes at me.
条件はクリアされたよね。ね、何しろカイもたぎっちゃったくらいだもんね。
Condition.
オペレーターとしてロボワンに出てほしい。お願い。
Upon saying this, she puts up one hand like she's taking an oath.
カイのゲームの腕を生かす時だよ。
Honestly, as of yesterday, I never would have imagined anything of this. It's like the stars aligned for us. Akiho would never accept no for an answer. This is going to be a real pain. But hey, at least now it looks like we can win. And anyway, I already told Frau Kojiro that I would be competing in Robo 1.
仕方ないな。
I shrug my shoulders. Then I give Akiho a high five.
まあ、約束は約束だし。
Akiho grabs my hand and starts shaking it around.
ありがとう。そんな会にあの人のこの言葉を送るよ。カゴの中の鳥は鑑賞される道具でしかないと覚えておいてくれ。
アキちゃんは俺に手伝ってほしいのかやめさせたいのか、どっちなの？
手伝ってほしいに決まってるよ。本当に嬉しいんだよ。会の実力はうちが誰よりも知ってるんだから。
That's because I've thoroughly crushed Akiho in so many matches that I've lost count. I suppose you could refer to it as knowledge gained through pain and suffering.
そうと決まれば、明日の夕方の出発までに種子島審査の調整をしておかなきゃ。残りのコマンドも登録しないとだし。すぐ帰って仮眠取って朝6時に部室集合ね。
やだよ、そんな朝早く。アキちゃんやっといて。
I still haven't packed for the trip to Tokyo either.
この後に及んでまだマイペースだな。とにかくお腹も空いたし、帰ろう。
Akiho hurriedly puts the prez into its carrying case and is about to cheerfully exit the store when...
おい、ちょっと待ちな、ロボブ。
何かな、ドク。
Doc is still standing at the counter. He waves a sales slip at
パ
us.
ーツ代、締めて税込み16,000円だ。安心しな。サービス料については負けといてやる。それはいい。
それはいいって。それでも16,000。
I watched the blood drain out from Akiho's face.
ドク、うちらがそんな手持ちないの分かってて言ってるよね。鬼、こうつくばり金の亡者。
誰がパーツ取り付けやらセットアップやらしてやったと思ってやがる。
ドクが勝手にやってくれる。
なんか言ったか。
あ、なんでもないです。
She laughs it off, then whispers into my ear.
かい、どうしよう。ミッチーでも呼びつけようかな。でもあいつだって来てくれるとも思えないし。結局最後までお金に泣かされたか。世知辛い世の中。かい、こうなったらうちが人質になるから、かい一人で東京に。
アキちゃん落ち着きなよ、許し。
そんな言い方しなくても。だってじゃあどうしたら。
ドク、
I call out to the old man.
今回のパーツ代、ロボワンの優勝賞金で払う。
おお。カイ、今の最高にクールだった。
まあ、俺が出るからには優勝は当然狙っていくからね。って今のはちょっとキザだったかななんて思わないこともないけど。
お前ら大人を舐めてんだろ。
My trump card isn't working. Doc shoots us a sharp
だ
glare.
がロックだな。
He bends his lips into a smirk. Apparently that's his idea of a smile. Seeing it sends a chill down my spine.
いいぜ。出世払いってことでつけといてやる。
本当？助かった。
どうも、ドク。
Let's keep it a secret that I was scared shitless.
宣言したからにはちゃんと勝ってきな。負けたって支払いは1秒も待たねえぞ。
任せて。
Akiho puffs her chest out with pride. For some reason, she seems terribly confident. By the time I finally get home, it's way past 11 at night. It goes without saying that Mom is pissed, but I somehow manage to avoid being lectured and hop right into bed. It isn't until I'm in bed that I realize I'm still not packed for Tokyo. But whatever, I have tomorrow for that. Tokyo. I've never been there before. I mean, I see it on TV and in the news all the time, but I can't even begin to imagine how many people live there. And trains underground. That just seems nuts. I find it hard to believe when people tell me about how buildings are lined up endlessly as far as the eye can see. It might as well be a fairy tale world to a rural islander like me. But it's also where Misa Ni lives. I would be lying if I said I wasn't excited or intrigued. But it also sounds a little scary. In 24 hours, I'll be in Tokyo. It just doesn't feel real yet. Despite being fairly exhausted, I end up laying in bed for over an hour, unable to sleep. This is pretty out of character for me. I might actually be pretty jazzed about the trip.
ああ、最終便で出発してよ。今日のうちにそっちまで行って一泊するってさ。
二人だけで？
いや、ミッチーが付き添い。まあ、あいつが一番お荷物っぽいけどね。この2週間くらい2人してかなりあたふたしてたよ。秋はともかく、カイがあんな焦ってるのは久々に見たさ。結構無茶な条件出されたみたいでね。ただなんかさ、あの子らすごく一生懸命なんだよ。青春してるなーって感じ。でさ、今日になって急につきものが落ちたような顔になっちゃって、もうすがすがしいくらいに。なんか珍しく貝がロボ部のために一肌脱いだみたいだよ。どういう心境の変化があったんだかね。で、私ばっか喋ってるじゃないか。そっちでは会う約束してるんでしょ？
してないわ。
は？なんで？
忙しいの。
忙しいってあんたね。わかるけどさ。秋寂しがってたよ。やっぱり連絡つかないってしょんぼりしてたし。私さ、それ見てちょっと抱きしめてあげちゃいそうになったよ。あんた最近妹とちょっとでも話した？これだよ。いい子じゃないか。私もあんな妹が欲しかったわ。
そうね。
冷たいな。まあそれはいいとして、実際どうなのよ。一言挨拶する時間ぐらい作ってやったら？
言ってるでしょ、忙しいの。
それはわかるけど、でもちょっとは自分のことも考えなよ。どうせ男だってろくにいないんだろ。
見ずに言われる筋合いはないわ。
お、今の言い方昔っぽいじゃないか。ようやく感覚取り戻してきた？ちゃんとご飯食べてんの？家とか散らかしっぱなしのままじゃないでしょうね。あんたって昔っからそういうところあるから。テレビのミサを見てファンだって言ってるおじさまたちに教えてやりたいわ。冗談だよ。とにかく後輩たちの晴れ姿を見るぐらいはしてやんなって。わかった？
そろそろ切るわ。これから取引先と会食なの。
ああ。また連絡するよ。じゃあな。やっぱりあんたはもう帰ってくるつもりはないんだね。それは秋やカイだけじゃなくて、私も寂しいな。ふぅ。
I gently lift my head and notice that light is coming in from outside the window. McDonald Odaiba Deluxe Store. Open 24 hours. Giga Fish Burger special available until 7/5. I've been sitting on this hard seat for so long that my body aches all over. I stretch out a bit, still seated.
まさかハンバーガーショップで一夜を過ごすとはね。
We figured we had a hotel reserved, but after getting to Haneda Airport, Michi delivered a shocking announcement.
いいか、耳かっぽじってよーく聞くように。ホテルは取ってないぞ。わかるか？予算ないのに泊まれるわけがない。これは豆知識というか社会の常識だ。勉強になったな。
And then he moved on like it was no big deal. And so we set out for Odaiba, where Robo 1 is held, and spent the night in a 24-hour burger joint.
日々これ勉強だぞ、ヤシオ。東京は島とは違うことばっかだろ。この経験がだな。やがてお前にとって貴重な財産となるんだな。うん。
まあ、確かに違うことばっかりだよ。
On the island, the only 24-hour joint is a diner and Nishi no Moteshi. We also only have 2 convenience stores total. And then you have the fact that even in the middle of the night, Tokyo is lit up bright. As someone accustomed to the darkness of the island, that brightness was actually a little scary. I even ended up looking for that creepy aurora in the sky. Fortunately, it was in the sky where it always is, serving as a reminder that we weren't too far from Tanegashima. And such was my first night in Tokyo, a priceless experience or something.
そもそもヤシオは枠度は初めてだろ？ん？先生のおごりで食べたハンバーガーはどうだった？
McD is short for McDonald's, a fast food joint. It's a place for burgers in Japan, but we have none on Tanegashima. Even though we're nearly 20 years into the 21st century.
別に初めてじゃないよ。鹿児島で2回くらい食べたことあるから。
Their burgers are totally fine, and the one I had yesterday was no different. I could have gone for another though.
それに、枠度なんかどうでもよくて。
If possible, we wanted to avoid being exhausted because we spent the night in hard chairs. For Akihiko and I, this was important. There's the threat of having an attack at any time. The more we strain our bodies, the easier it is for an attack to occur. As soon as we found out that we didn't have a hotel booked, the first thing I was worried about was having an attack. So basically, right now it's like I'm holding onto a bomb with a lit fuse. Who knows when it could explode? Either way, I know for sure that it's lit. And once the fuse is lit, it won't stop until it explodes. It's just a question of when. I have no control over that, so all I can do is pray to the powers that be. I would love for it to occur at a time and place that would cause as little trouble as possible to the people around me. I grit my teeth. This condition is irritating as hell. It sucks having to worry about something else while I already have other things to deal with. I'm so fed up that I want to shout out loud. I want to go back to the island right this minute.
ねえミッチーさ、ロボ&エントリーってもう済ませてるの？
いや、シード組以外は今日の朝に会場まで行って受付を済ませることになってるはずだぞ。
He thinks so much for leadership.
何時か
確か9時だな。先生の記憶が確かならだぞ。これ豆知識な。
な？いやー、さすがミッチー。役に立たないったらないね。
なんだと？ヤシオ、先生を敬う気持ちが足りんぞ。
I ignore Michi's whining for now. It's 8:50. If registration starts at 9, we need to head to the venue now or we'll be in trouble. I have no choice. I want to let her rest a little longer, but I'm going to have to wake Akiho up. She's in the seat next to me, face down on the table, snoozing away. Up until an hour ago, she was doing the final adjustments to the Prez's programming. She eventually dozed up. She looked really comfortable, and since I felt any final tweaks couldn't be that important, I let her sleep. But since Akiho's the only one who actually knows the right registration time, I gotta wake her up.
アキちゃん、起きて。そろそろ行くよ。
Still half asleep, Akiho irritatedly swipes away my hand, shaking her shoulder. Slightly annoyed, I shake her shoulder again.
アキちゃん、朝ですよ。
Is she dreaming? Since she's not waking up, I sigh and forcefully pull on her ear. Akiho's hands claw at the air.
起きた。
起きたから痛い。
I release my hand, and she glares at me resentfully. Her eyes are red. That's what a lack of sleep will do to you.
今の起こし方はひどいと思うな。
アキちゃんがあんまり気持ちよさそうに寝てるからいたずらしたくなっちゃってね。
うち寝てた？
She suddenly looks around in a panic.
じゃあまずいな。まだプログラム済んでないのに。
なんだセノミヤ妹、まだ終わってなかったのか？
見てただけのミッチーに言われたくないよ。
そんなことよりロボ1のエントリーって何時から？
今って何時？
9時前。
うわ、エントリーは9時からだからもう出なきゃ。
She's suddenly clamoring about.
よーし、それじゃあお前ら先生についてこい。
Neither of us respond to Michi's order. We leave the restaurant and cross a roadway via an overhead walkway. The road below is filled with cars. There are so many cars that I can't help but stop and stare. Now that it's daytime outside, I take another gander at my surroundings. Tokyo Expo Odaiba Arena Aqua. Contact Tokyo Expo Development Organization. Yuri Kamome Daiba Station, 07 Daiba. Robo 141, The Sky High Burning, 6:29 to 6:30. Tokyo Expo Odaiba Arena Aqua, hosted by Robo 1 Committee co-sponsor, Best Technology Exoskeleton Development Company Ltd, Fujisan TV SP6. From Exoskeleton Company to everyone. Approved link Happiness for You Company Ltd. Video will play. Mind the volume. How do I... Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Da 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 da. What is the button we need to press? What is the button we need to press? I think there's a button that we're supposed to be able to press to be able to enter that link, but I cannot figure out what the hell it is. This is getting annoying. How the hell do we do this? I need to press the insert button. If I had a controller, it would be an extra triangle, but I don't know what that is. Yeah, none of these buttons are doing shit. There should be a way to access it, but Control schemes, guys. Basic control schemes. When you support a game, you have to. Nope. Okay, that doesn't do it. Getting very frustrated right now. I hate it when I can't figure something out. And all these. And nobody's helping anything. Insert button. Okay, I don't know. I will figure this out in a second, guys. I apologize for this. Feel free to let me know if you guys know, though. What button I pressed to look at that. I feel like it should be F2, but it's not working. Maybe I need Control F2? Alt F2? Nope, that's not working. And then Enter just exits it out. I can't select the geotag. It's not showing one here on here, and the guide thingy on the bottom that we can. That's not gonna help. Nope, apparently that didn't pull anything up. What the hell do I do right now? I'm getting genuinely annoyed. That's just, none of the buttons there are doing anything. None of these buttons are doing anything. Okay, so it's just the ad that we saw before. Fun fact, guys, there is a actual button on your keyboard that is actually called the insert button. The more you know. I genuinely didn't know that was a key over there, but that little section of the keyboard I honestly just don't ever use. Okay, we figured it out. We figured it out. I mean, we didn't really need to because it was something we saw already, but you know what? Okay, that is fine. Okay, yes, 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 yes. Okay, good enough, I think. Good enough. Good enough. Okay. Okay, moving onwards. So this is Tokyo, one of the biggest metropolises in the world. The Bay Area is under large-scale redevelopment for next year's Expo. Giant buildings made with cutting-edge 21st century tech, side by side. This is a common sight across Odaiba. They're all likely taller than the ones by Kagoshima Station. I've never seen buildings this big in person before. Across Tokyo Bay and the Rainbow Bridge, countless buildings line the shore. You can see Tokyo Tower being taken apart due to its age. Honestly, I've never seen this many buildings before. There are no mountains or forests. Everything's man-made as far as the eye can see. Compared to the island, Odaiba is hot and muggy. The air feels like it's clinging to my skin, and it sucks. The hazy sky makes everything feel all the more cramped. It's like the buildings and sky around me are going to come collapsing in. It's like I'm going to choke on my own breath. Misa Ni's been living in the city for 6 years already. Right after crossing the overhead walkway, the Odaiba Expo Arena comes into view. Odaiba Arena, where the opening and closing ceremony will be held for Tokyo Expo in 2020. Its name refers to Aqua and Sky arenas, which are adjacent to each other. Robo won the sky burning high. Tokyo Expo Odaiba Arena Sky. Under construction. Schedule completion date 1/21/20. Constructed by Gomatsu Company. Contact Tokyo Expo Development Organization. Akiho is refreshed and recharged thanks to washing her face in the restroom. She leads the way, a skip in her step.
寝起きなのにテンション高いね。
ロボ部の運命がかかった日だよ。テンション上げていかなきゃ。
よし、ここで先生から提案してやろう。いいか、今から3人で学校の校歌を歌うんだ。
いいぞ。
やだよ。
テンション上げる意味が違うよミッチ。そりゃ歌は文化の極みだけど。
お前たち、先生は悲しいぞ。
For some reason, the downtrodden Michi just runs off into the distance. I think it's safe to ignore him for now.
残りのプログラムも気合で済ませるから、カイは何にも心配しないで。
結局練習する時間は全く取れなかったけどね。
それは
No rehearsal time is gonna hurt. Today's the qualifier, so I just have to pray I don't get matched against a veteran. Gonna have to learn as I play. The plaza in front of the venue is already crowded with people. There are teenagers like us in school uniforms, middle-aged men, and even some women who look like models.
カイはこの辺で待ってて。うちが受付してくる。
I guess I'm on luggage duty. If our beloved honorary prez got stolen by a rival or something, we would be real screwed. Not that I expect anyone wants our junky decade-old hobby robot.
アキちゃん、
I call to Akiho from behind.
無理しないように。
ありがとう。
She smiles and strikes a pose, then walks off alone towards the expo arena. Now then, I've got some free time until she returns. Michi's off who knows where. I crouch down in place and close my eyes. If I focus my awareness into my mind, I can feel the blood flowing around inside my body. At the same time, feelings like unease and impatience start welling up from within. It's obvious that the fuse is getting shorter, but I still have no clue how much of it is left. I want to conquer my mental weakness. I want to get over the insecurity caused by this bomb, but I can't. So if I'm going to endure my anxiety, I might as well relieve some stress by playing Kill Ballad. Truth be told, I spent the entire night playing at McD. That's why I didn't get sleep much, if at all. After playing the game in Tokyo, I can hardly withstand my own excitement. This is amazing. Why, you ask? Because there's basically no lag in multiplayer. Lag, computer lingo for time lag. This occurs when a computer is affected by limited processing ability or a bad connection, resulting in it taking more time to process whatever was entered into the computer. On Tanigashima, due to connection issues and the like, there's simply no way to avoid the effects of lag. Hell, until last night I figured it was totally normal. I thought everyone was dealing with lag to some extent. But when I started up KB for the first time in Tokyo, it was completely different from playing on the island. The response time to my inputs was so good that it made me feel like I was playing a different game altogether. In matches between top rankers, a difference in only a few frames of input decides victory and defeat. So for a game like Kill Ballad, a lagless environment is basically a paradise. Ironically, since I'm used to playing with heavy lag, the accurate timing led me to lose to some lower tier rankers. But thanks to the thrill of playing KB in its true form, I forgot about my anxiety. It was like a kind of drink. Maybe I should move to Tokyo if it means no more lag. A part of me is legit considering college here just for that. It's pretty common for universities with lower score ceilings to not fill up, so I should be able to get in somewhere.
おお、タジリン。
I just got matched with number 4 on the leaderboards, Tagiringer. I call them Tagirin. This marks my first time getting matched with someone higher in rank than me while in a legless environment. While I'm still only ranked 5th, Tagiringer is the only player in the top 5 that I truly respect. All 4 players higher than me play in complete silence without using Voicha. Tagiringer is no exception. Hell, they don't even respond to text chat. I have no idea what kind of person they are. What I do know is that they're crazy strong. If we're talking win-loss records, I've lost the overwhelming majority of our encounters. That's exactly why I always challenge them when I can. Like now, even though I'm still not used to the lack of lag. But you know what? A true kill ballad player would issue a challenge anyway.
相手にとって不足なしだね。
I lick my lips and start to get pumped up. I've already managed to stuff my anxiety into the corner of my mind. I forget that there are people around me and shout into the air. Okay.
"相手にとって不足なしだね。よっしゃーほほほ
I forget that there are people around me and shout into the air. I can't help but get hyped up when I beat someone strong. Strange for me, right? I guess it's an adrenaline rush. But here's the thing. You can't rise in rank by just winning once. I need to raise my win ratio against the higher tier rankers. Taggy Ringer disconnects after just one match. I wanted to fight them a few more times at the very least. I close Kill Ballad, a bit downtrodden. After I yawn, I begin to stretch in an attempt to fight off my drowsiness. Fortunately, I've managed to drive off some of my anxiety toward the bomb I'm carrying. I'm fine. I'm not all that agitated. In a little while, the robot club, me and Akiho, will stand on the same stage that Misani did 9 years ago. I don't really care about the club getting shuttered if I lose, but I admittedly do kinda want to win the championship like Misani did all those years ago.
だからさ、あんま邪魔しないように。
I can't help but mutter to the bomb inside of me. I'm standing in the Robo 1 entry registration line. Without even realizing it, I've pulled up a certain person's name on my phone droid. I'm kind of surprised at myself. To be honest, I was planning on sending her a message while in line. I've probably only ever called her a few times total. That's mostly because I usually send my older sister messages. I rarely call. Heck, I don't plan on calling her right now either. Yet here I am, staring so intently at her name that I even forget to breathe. My desperation is almost laughable. Whether it be by message or phone call, I haven't once been able to get in touch with Misa over the last 6 years. She doesn't answer any of my calls or reply to any of my messages. I bet she's busy with TV appearances and stuff. Despite appearances, she's pretty disorganized. I know I'm just making excuses to fool myself. My sister was a college student up until 2 years ago. Even then, I couldn't get in touch with her. These feelings well up inside my head by themselves. Is she avoiding me?
秋は何をやっても平凡止まりなのよ。
If I just say the word into my phone droid, it'll ring her up. But when I try to speak, my voice gets lost in my throat. It won't come out. I'm hesitating. I'm in Tokyo right now. My sister is somewhere in this huge city too. This is probably the closest I've been to her since she left the island 6 years ago. She's right here in front of my eyes, within arm's reach. I sent her a message before about this whole Robo 1 deal, but I have no clue if she read it or not. Since I'm here in Tokyo, I want to see her. She's family.
迷うなバカ。コール。
I steel myself and say the word out loud. My sister works for the Exoskeleton Company. It goes without saying, but it's the company that produces hugs. Right now, it's rated #1 on the list of companies in Japan that students want to go and work for. Misa makes appearances on TV and in commercials as the person in charge of their PR. Since last night, I've seen countless posters and AR ads with her photo plastered on them. I think I've seen her more in the last few hours than I did on the island, yet somehow I can't get in touch with her. I gaze at the screen display almost like I'm praying. It's like something deep in my chest is being squeezed tight and it hurts. I clench my chest over my clothes.
次の方。
A female receptionist calls out for me. It's then that I realize I'm already at the front of the
ど
line.
うぞ。
The woman looks at me and offers an entry form for me to fill out. My gaze darts back and forth between the phone droid monitor and the woman.
はい。
I sigh and put away my phone droid. I'm finally within arm's reach. She's so close, yet I still can't reach her. The first battle of the qualifying tournament has already started. Preliminary tournament schedule. Approved link. Happiness for you. Company. Displaying today's timetable. Robo 141, The Sky High Burning. Schedule 6:29, Saturday preliminary tournament. Opening is at 10. Preliminary tournament round 1 is at 10:30. Lunch break is at 1300. Preliminary tournament round 2 is at 1340. Preliminary tournament round 3 is at 1500. Preliminary tournament round 4 is at 1600. And finalist bracket announcement is at 1700. Schedule may change without notice. E3 gate. Participants, please enter this way. I can't believe it, Michi. I can't believe it, Michi. It's a totally different game without lag. My win rate is under 50% with no lag. Can't adjust to it. Break time. Played around 3 hours. 2016, barely positive. Staring at my phone, wishing it would ring. Who? Misa-ni? Our central Tanigashima High team is apparently set to fight in about 15 minutes. For what it's worth, Michi is still missing. So much for our chaperone. Akiho was making program adjustments until just a little while ago. Now she's lecturing me on the rules of the competition.
ロボワンルールは3回相手をダウンさせるかリング外に落とせば勝ちなの。あとダウンさせられた場合とかスリップして転倒した時は10カウント以内に自力で立ち上がらないと追加ダウンを取られちゃうからね。で、コマンド表は覚えた？
She gave me a memo with the command list last night. They're much less complicated than kill ballots, and there aren't nearly as many of them.
あの程度なら覚えるまでもないよ。
種菓子アクセルインパクトってあるよね。これはこの前見せたうちの考えた必殺技。奇襲技に近いからここぞっていうところでしか使っちゃダメだよ。
And that transformation charge attack, I forgot all about it. Honestly, that thing feels more like a suicide attack than anything really usable, but
Stream
hey.
Elements
それでね、
said,
さっき予選
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
メールで転送するね。
いや別にいいよ。見たって誰が誰だかわからないし。何回勝てば決勝に出るわけ？
4回。決勝は明日やるの。
4 times. Things are going to be pretty competitive.
1回戦で当たるのは前川静也って人のデビルストロンガー。
Devil Stronger. That must be the opponent robot's name.
どう？感想は？
感想って言われてもね。本当に名前も何もわからないんだって。
書いては世の中のこと知らなすぎ。デビルストロンガーは前回大会の決勝トーナメント進出者だよ。すごいパワープレイで勝ちまくったの。
実力者ってこと？そんな相手といきなり当たっちゃうなんて参っちゃうね。
でもうちらが勝てばヒーローになれる。
Akiho clenches her fist tight and steps up toward me. Why she's so into
オペ
this?
レーターの前川って人はものすごくヒールな感じのおじさんなんだ。インタビューとか見ててもね、こんにゃろーって思っちゃうくらい印象良くないんだよ。でも大会側が面白いからって理由でプッシュしてるの。悪役なのに優勝候補になってるくらいね。カイがデビュー戦を飾るにはもってこいの相手でしょ。悪役を倒すのは正義のロボットだって昔から相場は決まってるんだもん。
その根拠のない自信はどこから来るんだろうね。
確かに決勝に残るくらいなんだから相手はすごく強いと思う。でもキルバラシステムを搭載した種菓子マシンさんとカイの実力ならデビルストロンガーをギタンギタンにできる。そうでしょ？
Is this a threat? She presses closer, causing me to draw back instinctively.
そんなに安心したいの？ここで俺が楽勝だよって適当なこと言ってアキちゃんを安心させるのはさ、簡単だと思うけどね。ただ今はそういう気休めをアキちゃんに返してあげるほど余裕なかったりして。
Sure, I'm ranked 5th in the world on the kill ballot leaderboards, but that took a long time and a lot of effort. I learned the quirks of my character, the strats against others, their weaknesses, strengths, everything. But I'm going into this fight with nothing, not even an ounce of practice. I'm going to have to focus even harder than I do when I play Kill Ballad.
俺ってほら、こう見えて繊細な男だったりするからね。
カイ、まさか体調が？
どうかな。
There's no point in hiding the truth. She's been dealing with my attacks for as long as I've been dealing with hers.
徹夜の影響はやっぱりあると思うよ。
そう。
Akiho's expression darkens as she gazes straight into my eyes. Like she's imploring me, or appealing to me. That look.
何？トイレならそこの角を曲がって。
違うよ、こんにゃろ。
Did she really have to go for my hair now of all times?
一体何なの？
I give her the stage. It looks like she wants to say something, but she can't put it into words. Eventually, she shakes her head. In the end, Akiho swallows her words. Nonetheless, I get the gist of what she wants to say. If we lose, the Robot Club is finished. Everything we inherited from our seniors over the last 9 years will be lost. That's why we're here at Robo 1. This is a battle that we can't afford to lose. That's what you want to say, right? But here's the thing. None of that matters to me.
ねえ、アキちゃんさ、飴ある？
何？
飴。
って飴？
そう。今持ってる？
カイはマイペースだな。
She grumbles as she pulls a piece of the usual space candy out of her skirt pocket.
はい、1個だけね。
あるんだ。用意いいね。後で返すよ。
I pop it into my mouth. The refreshing sensation makes its way down my throat. Yeah, that's the ticket.
カイ、
She looks like the weight has been lifted off her shoulders. Akiho slaps me on the back.
あとね。
She says with a smile,
カイは相手が誰だろうと容赦なく叩き潰すタイプでしょ。いつも通りやれば勝てるよ。
まるで俺が悪役みたいな言い方だね。
but I'll take that over the tone she had earlier. Luck is not on my side. It's my first time on the big stage. My health is a mess. Could this get any worse? Then on top of that, I have to worry about positive and negative matchups. Defeat could be immediate. Yet at the end of the day, the feeling of wanting to climb the mountain is the same here and in Kill Ballad. I'm not excited or burdened as a member of the Robot Club. As far as I'm concerned, this is just another fighting game tournament.
時間だね。行こう。
I hear cheers from afar and excited announcer commentary accompanied by stomps that shake the entire venue. All this is just beyond the end of the hallway, shrouded in light on the other side. Akiho and I stand shoulder to shoulder and step into that light together. It's a different world on this side. A huge arena surrounded by bleachers from which all eyes are on us. The cheering shakes our bodies. While it's not at full capacity, I can't believe that this many people would be here for the qualifiers. In the morning, too. I've never seen this many people gathered in one place before. It's overwhelming. For the first time in my life, it truly dawns on me that Robo 1 and robots in general are booming worldwide. The AR billboards with Misa-ni on them only put more pressure on me. She was my gaming master, and I never could beat her. While she isn't here in person, it sure as hell feels like she is. You better not screw up. No pressure. I need to make sure not to let myself get lost in this sea of people. It would be pretty shameful if I lost because I couldn't stay focused. I would get my gamer license taken away. There are already matches underway elsewhere in the arena. A quick glance around the building reveals a huge variety of hobby robots going toe-to-toe with each other. I'm starting to get worried about our decade-old honorary prez. I can faintly hear an official yelling for Central Tanegashima High in the distance.
ライオンリングだって。
はいはい。
Round 1. Let the games begin. I stand before the ring with Akiho. The gazes and cheers from the audience seem distant now. I'm deepening my focus, honing my nerves. Thanks to the candy in my mouth, I don't feel drowsy from staying up all night. I'm also doing my best to hold back my anxiety and irritation about my incoming attack. If this bomb is going to explode, do me a favor and wait till after the match, okay? All I can do is pray for that.
さあ第4リングでは注目のデビルストロンガーが登場しているぞ。I am here。ヒール宣言した前川静也に注目しようぜ。デビルストロンガーの最初の餌食となるのは種子島の高校生だ。
The live commentary reverberates throughout the venue. On mic is the famous Jay Babylon. Despite his name, rumors say he's actually Japanese. The commentary assumes we're going to lose. Can't say I'm much of a fan.
青コーナー、中央種子島高校ロボ部、種子島新3回。
After being introduced to the audience, I bow my head slightly. Akio stands the honorary prez up inside the ring.
赤コーナー、前川静也、デビルストロンガー。
Mike Kawashi is on the other side of the ring, raising both arms to the audience. He knows how to work the crowd. The cheers get noticeably louder. Mike Kawashi's Devil Stronger is pretty big too. It's easily 1.5 times the height of the honorary prez.
ねえ、アキちゃん。ロボワンって階級みたいなのってないの？
何年か前はあったけど、今はなくなっちゃった。最近はね、優勝者は結構軽量タイプのロボを使ってる人が多いんだよ。だから小さい方が不利とかそういうのはあんまり関係ないわけで。
それは最近のロボの話でしょ。名誉部長の基本設計は9年前だよ。
そうだね。でもほら、あの人もこう言ってたし。機体の性能の違いが戦力の決定的差ではないということを教えてやるって。
Well, he's wrong. Specs totally matter. If this guy really is a favorite for winning the whole thing, it's entirely possible the odds are 0 to 10 against us. But hey, Akiho's back to her normal, overly optimistic self, so I'm feeling pretty alright.
まあ、今さらあたふたしないよ。もともと不利な条件なんだし。
Mike Kawashi glares at Akiho from across the ring and snorts out a laugh.
言うじゃねえかお嬢ちゃん。つまりあれか、機体性能じゃデビルストロンガーより劣ってるけど、操縦のではてめえのボーイフレンドちゃんの方が俺より上だって言いたいわけか。
This midlife crisis of a man is clearly in his 40s. The dude is running his mouth off, but he's all soft and flabby.
俺よりもこのボーイフレンドちゃんがうまいって？え、そういうこと？
もちろんです。あ、いや、ボーイフレンドとかそういうんじゃないですけどね。海の実力なら優勝できるってうちは信じてます。
Hey now, is this a nationwide broadcast? Should we really be making grand declarations as high schoolers just debuting? You're not supposed to say that kind of thing out loud, even if you believe it. It's embarrassing.
うまいのはロボの操縦じゃなくてお嬢ちゃんの操縦じゃねえの？ベッドの中でのな。
He's grinning like he just dropped the mic after a zinger, but all he's doing is sexually harassing a young girl.
下がってんじゃねえって言ってんだよクソガキどもが。だいたいなんだてめえらのロボはよ。
パッと見た感じずいぶん古そうなパーツ作ってるじゃねえか。どう見ても時代遅れのポンコツだろ。身の程を知りやがるってんだ。あんまり生意気言うようだと俺のデビルストロンガーでガチで潰すぞ。
相手のロボを壊すのはルールで禁止です。
ああ、なんか言ったか。
言いました。対戦相手のロボを壊すのは禁止です。
この甘。
ああ、はいはい、アキちゃんいいから下がって。
I pull Akiho by the hand and stand her behind me. I then put myself directly in the line of my Kawashi's glare.
いやーすみません、もう喋りませんから。
ああ、
試合前にあれこれ挑発しても負け犬の遠吠えにしか聞こえませんもんね。失礼しました。
そりゃどういう意味だ。
My Kawashi's face turns bright red. I guess he's angry.
どういう意味も何もそのままですけど、反省してるんですよ。
このガキ、俺を誰だと思ってやがる。
まあまあ落ち着いて。なんで怒ってるんです？
はい、話してないで。両者準備 OK？
The referee cuts in and gets straight to business.
潰してやるよ。
My Kawashi's face is twisted in rage. He holds up his controller.
深い大胆かつ慎重にね。
Pick one or the other, please. And I would really appreciate some silence right now. I don't need you dragging me down. You're killing my focus.
それでは予選トーナメント1回戦レディー。
I take a small breath and hold my phone droid tightly. My eyes are closed. I look down at the ring from above in my head. My position, the opponent's position, the paths to Prez that the opponent will likely take, that paths that I should utilize to get to Devil Stronger. Among the countless choices, I identify the routes with the highest possibility of success. By doing this, I have a spatial understanding of the area beyond my field of vision. This is what I always do in games. In a first-person fighter like Killbound, this is especially vital. That's right, this is just a game. The ring is much narrower than it appears. There's a lot of distance between the Prez and Devil Stronger. Best case scenario would have been knowing that things attacked beforehand, but oh well. Since I have no data, I'll have to react on the spot. I guess I'll wait and see for now. No.
Fight!
One should always close the distance right at the start. Without hesitating, I charge directly at Devil Stronger. Before it enters my range, Devil Stronger twists its waist. Its long arm extends forward. A thrusting attack. I swiftly input the commands into my phone droid. Thanks to my daily KB training, Devil Stronger's punch looks like it's frozen in time. I can react within 4 frames a move. I could close my eyes right now and deal with this no problem. Devil Stronger is a heavyweight hobby robot. Its height is 1.5 times that of the honorary Prez. That certainly explains why its thrust is so high. I crouch down to avoid the punch. Then transition into an uppercut motion. The Prez's extending arm extends out and connects cleanly with Devil Stronger's crotch. I sweep it up from below. I live in a world of individual frames. Slow attacks like that are just begging to be countered.
っていうかさ、アキちゃん、技名叫ばないでくれ。
はい、何言ってんの。必殺技は叫んでなんぼだよ。
The downed Devil Stronger slowly starts to right itself. I'm not gonna argue. It was legit lucky that I got the first down. When I charged in on him, I was fully expecting to be the one downed. Looks like my Kawashi is getting all fired up. He's going to pull something big next.
デビルストロンガーワンダウンで試合再開します。ファイト。見せてやるよ。デビルストロンガーの恐ろしさをね。
I'm pretty sure you just flipped a death trigger. I stay fully aware of the distance between us and try to flank him. I have the faster movement speed. It shouldn't be too hard to get behind him. I ignore his taunts. Devil Stronger's turning speed is comparatively slow. Once I get into his blind spot, dropping a combo on him should be easy peasy. I close the distance in an instant. But the second I finish inputting the command, something feels off. I think I might have screwed up the range. I figured as much. The hit was shallow. It almost whiffed entirely. I'm still not used to the Prez's attack range. Nonetheless, that attack should have shaken Devil Stronger up a bit. Sadly, its auto balancer is extremely good. Despite looking like it might fall over, it carefully rebalances itself. Before I can do anything, Devil Stronger is within range. I try to put some distance between us by hitting the dash button, but this isn't Kill Ballad. There is no dash button. Plus, the honorary Prez has no reverse momentum. Turning 90 degrees and crab walking is my fastest retreat option. Unfortunately, because of my near whiff, I react too late. A fatal mistake. Devil Stronger spreads both arms wide. It then immediately starts spinning its upper body around, using its torso as an axis. Devil Stronger's gale-like lariat smashes into the Prez and sends it flying out of the ring. I get it. So that's his combat strategy. He's all about powering through his opponents. Akiho's info was spot on. As soon as I enter its attack range, it's over. The weight difference is too great. Akiho runs over to where the Prez landed below the ring and picks it up. As soon as she stands up on the home position, she breathes a sigh of relief. She checks the joints for any unnatural bending. The little dude did get sent flying after all.
できれば事前に教えといてもらいたかったよ。
あ、そっか。うっかりしてた。
前回大会でも猛威を振るったダブルラリアットフロムヘル。デビルストロンガーと対戦した全てのロボットはあの技で全て行動不能に追い込まれているんだぜ。攻撃と防御を兼ね備えた死角なしの絶対的必殺技。心なしか前回よりも回転スピードが速くなっているようだ。やはり今回の大会の優勝候補最右翼はこの男なのか。
当然だろうが、こんな素人のガキには負けねえんだよ。だがまだ足りねえな。壊し足りねえ。そのポンコツをめちゃめちゃにするまで俺は満足しねえ。
デビルストロンガーワンダウン。種子マシン3回ワンダウンで試合再開。ファイト。
終わらせてやるぜ。うなれデビルストロンガー。
And here I thought Akiho was the only one crazy enough to yell out attack names. It looks like that's all he's good for. Did he seriously start using his double lariat while I'm outside of his attack range? I ignore Akiho's desperate sounding cry. I advance as close as I can without entering Devil Stronger's range, and then I simply watch. I'm looking for a blind spot in that so-called invincible special attack of his. I'm not panicked. In fact, I'm calmer than when the match started. Actually, I'm excited. My mind is clear. All I'm focused on is the match. I guess he's done waiting. With its upper body still spinning, Devil Stronger approaches. There. My timing by eye is perfect. I also corrected my range mistake. The impact of my attack goes right into its weight. As a bonus, the whole rush combo hits the mark. Devil Stronger, 1.5 times the height of the honorary prez, goes flying out of the ring. Even Akiho is totally dumbfounded.
コマってあるでしょ。あれと似たようなもんだよ。上半身があれだけぐるぐる回転してたら下半身は逆に不安定になっちゃってるわけだからさ、上下方向にちょっと衝撃を与えてやるだけでコローンといっちゃうんだよね。
横軸じゃなくて
縦軸、上下方向。
If I tried to oppose it on the horizontal axis, those spinning arms would have sent me flying. All I did was match its timing, then hit out one of Devil Stronger's spinning arms from below with a gunball upper. The timing was super tight, so it would have been difficult for anyone but me to land the hit. Then, with the centrifugal force from the location throwing it off balance, I finished it off with a gunful rush. Though, to be honest, that last bit was me styling on Mei Kawashi. A little bit of revenge for earlier. After being warned, Kawashi grabs Devil Stronger and returns it to the ring, a blank expression on his face.
種子マシン3回ワンダウン次のダウンでデビルストロンガーは負けとなります。
ありえねえありえねえありえねえありえねえ
Oh dear, he's lost it.
こんなの絶対認めねえ。デビルストロンガーは最強ロボなんだよ。
One who knows little often repeats it, I guess. Once again, Kawashi starts up the double lariat from hell while I'm outside of his attack range. I already know how to counter this. If there's no input error, I can take Devil Stronger down with the same series of moves. How does he not get this? While the double lariat from hell might have dominated the last tournament, it's just a handicap now. I use the exact same method as before and put a stop to his raging typhoon. As my follow-up attack, I twist my waist 90 degrees and hit it with my own lariat. Devil Stronger promptly falls over in the ring.
3ノックダウンで勝者 種菓子マシン3回
There's a moment of silence. This is followed by tremendous cheering directed at us. Akiho hugs me tightly. Funny considering how she looked like she was going to cry
い
mid-match.
やまだ予選を1回勝っただけでしょ。
でもこの一勝はうちらには大きな意味のある一勝だよ。
これは大番狂わせだ。なんと優勝候補と見られていたデビルストロンがまさかの予選トーナメント1回戦敗退。それを破ったのは種子島から来た無名のロボット。おっとちょっと待ちな。たった今ホットな情報が入ってきたぜ。デビルストロンガーに勝利した種子島新3回の中央種子島高校ロボ部はなんと9年前のロボワンフェスティバルでの優勝経験ありなんだぜ。しかもその時の優勝マシンも種子島マシン3だったのさ。さらに聞いて驚きな。9年前の種子島マシン3のオペレーターは今現在エグスケで大活躍中の瀬宮美咲さんだ。こいつはがぜん中央種子島高校ロボ部を要チェックだぜ。瀬宮美咲の遺伝子を持つ高校生の活躍を見逃すな。
両者退場。
嘘だ。こんなの嘘だ。
Maikawa Shi looks like his soul has left his body, a far cry from his attitude from earlier. He slumps his shoulders and trudges away. I can't help but feel dissatisfied as I watch him in the corner of my eye. All the matches and pools are finished. I did perfectly. Fighting game lingo to intentionally press a button at the ideal time. This applies even while rapidly pressing buttons. As long as the timing was intentional, it is still considered eyeing it perfectly. Michi, where are you? All I can do is to pray. Got past the preliminary rounds. Doesn't matter. System unlock. I'm gaining a ton of followers. What is this? I can proudly say that I will get lost in Tokyo. Going to KB. I get that you are really excited. They are probably people who became fans watching you. Call me if it's about to get out of hand. My other 3 opponents were all worse than Devil Stronger in terms of specs, so I blew through them all. Now we advance to the final bracket. We made it to the top 32. Considering our robot is 9 freaking years old, that ain't too shabby.
はい、食べるでしょ。
Akiho appears with grapes in hand from a nearby
ミッ
joint.
チー探さずにグレープ買ってたの。
すごく美味しそうだったからつい。
Akiho is in good spirits compared to earlier in the day, though I know why.
あと今日一日お疲れ様の意味も込めてうちのおごり。
Well, in that case, who am I to say
明
no?
日もあるけど分かってる？
分かってるよ。
I bite down into the crepe, and the sweetness of strawberries, bananas, and whipped cream fills my mouth. That sounds good. Now I want a grape.
カイ、予選戦ってみてどう？優勝狙える？狙えるよね？大丈夫だよね？
Who is she trying to convince?
ロボワンのレベルは大体分かったよ。想像してたよりは大したことなかったかな。あの程度かってのが感想。
Even my Kawashi, a favorite to win the championship, wasn't much.
ホビーロボのレベルはすごく高いんだけどね。ほとんどは37。前川氏のなんとかストロンガーなら1級で不利だったくらいだよ。でもオペレーターは違ったみたいでさ、戦いの駆け引きみたいなのが分かってないっていうのかな。みんなあくまで開発者兼オペレーターだからかもしれないけど、キルバラでいつも対戦してる連中に比べると全く物足りなかったよ。キルバラのスピードとは全然違うしね。もっさりしすぎ。見てからでも対応余裕。
カイはゲームの腕はすごいもんね。キルバラの操縦システムを載せちゃったんだから、そのカイと渡り合える人は世界に何人もいないんじゃないかな。
いや、さすがにそれは買いかぶりすぎだと思うよ。
Or maybe I am.
前川氏が特別下手くそだったってことならいいんだけど、決勝トーナメントに出てくる俺以外の31人も全員あのレベルじゃあんまりたぎらないからね。
前回大会のトップ8人くらいはね、シード選手だから予選には出てこなかったの。シード選手ともなるとやっぱり強敵だと思う。
ちなみに前回大会の優勝者ってどんな人？
ミスターブレアです。
は？なんて？
ミスターブレアですだよ。ほら、この人。
I glance at Akiho's phone droid monitor.
いやいや、アキちゃん、そういうギャグいらないし。
ギャグじゃないってば。前回、前々回と2連覇中なんだよ。すごいんだから。
この人、なんでマスクしてるの？
さあ、
どう見ても日本人だよね。
多分。でもね、正体不明なんだ。
I've seen his face somewhere before. Recently, that is. I quickly flip through my memories and sure enough, there he is.
これさ、もしかして日高くんじゃない？
え？
日高スバル。
で、うちらの学校の2年の？
そう。
Akiho tilts her head as she brings her face close to the monitor and stares at it intently. Then,
まさか。
she just casually rejects my extremely likely theory. I don't know, they definitely look alike.
あ、ミッチ。
Michi casually walks toward us from the direction of the station, waving his hands. What the heck has he been up to all day?
ずっと電話してたのに、なんで出なかったの？
まあまあ、先生もあちこち駆けずり回ってたんだよ。
Running around.
それより、先生びっくりしたぞ。聞いて驚くなよ。お前らのことがツイッポですっごい話題になってるんだって。
うちも見た。カイのこと褒めてる書き込みがたくさん。あとね、キルバラみたいな操縦システムは革命的だとか。
つうかな、少なくとも瀬宮妹の素性はさらされてるぞ。
え？うち？なんて？
瀬宮美咲の妹だってな。もちろん顔写真付きでだ。
そっか。
いいか、忠告しとくぞ妹。
うちはミッチーの妹じゃないよ。
姉ちゃんと同じようにメディアで有名になってチヤホヤされたいとか思ったりするんじゃないぞ。お前の姉ちゃんは特別なんだからな。というか異常なんだからな。これ豆知識だからよく覚えて脳みそに刻みつけとけ。
お姉ちゃんのこと異常呼ばわりしないでほしいな。まあ特別ってのは間違ってない。
ミッチーミサ姉と連絡取ったりした？
いや、妹は連絡したのか？
ああ、でも電話したけど出なくって。
あいつ調子に乗ってるな。むしろ先生たちのことをもてなして自宅に招いてタダで泊まらせてくれるぐらいのことはすべきだと先生は思うぞ。
Michi and Misani were classmates in high school. Michi even became president of the robot club Misani founded. They used to be surprisingly close, but now there's a massive gulf between them that may never get sealed. Akiho disappointedly sighs and takes a bite out of her crepe.
それよりミッチー、もう疲れたから早くホテルに行こうよ。また宿取ってないとか言わないでよ。
バッチリ OK だ。何しろ今日一日かけて安い宿を見つけてきたんだからな。
駆けずり回ってたってそのことか。
本来なら今日中に島に帰る予定だったんだがな。昨日言ったように予算は飛行機代しかもらってないわけだからな。わかるか？今の驚くところだぞ。
I got more than my fill of surprises yesterday. Thank you very much.
それでもお前たちのために今日一日慣れない東京を駆け回ったんだ。そんな先生の苦労をねぎらってくれていい。
No, you're just doing your job as a teacher. These adults in this game, I just want to start boxing their heads in.
行き当たりばったりだね。
ほんと信じられないよミッチー。
教頭のプレッシャーの凄まじさってもういつかお前たちも理解するだろう。
ちなみにちゃんと2部屋取った？
なんで2部屋も必要なんだ。和室に雑魚寝すりゃいいだろうが。
うちミッチーと同じ部屋なんて嫌だからね。
そういうわがまま言うやつは路上で寝るんだな。東京なら夜も昼みたいに明るいぞ。これ豆知識な。
ああ、もうほんと信じられないよ。絶対にもう1部屋取ってもらうんだから。とにかく宿まで行くか。ほら、カイ。
Akiho reaches her hand out to me.
明日に備えてゆっくり休まなきゃ。まだ発作は出てないもんね。
I've been trying to keep my mind off that all day, so thanks for bringing me crashing back to reality. I click my tongue and take Akiho's hand for support as I stand up.
明日きっと立とうね。決勝トーナメントの頂点に。
出るからには全員一は取るよ。
I'm being perfectly honest. If nothing else, judging by my opponents in pools, top 32 doesn't stand a chance, which is why I'm kind of disappointed. I'm not really feeling a sense of accomplishment. There's no fire inside of me. I'm not even remotely pumped up. Just disappointment, paired with my anxiety over the bomb I'm carrying with me. My chest feels heavy, uncomfortable even. Tomorrow,
ただいまよりロボ141ザ・スカイハイバーニング優勝決定戦を行います。まずは青コーナーより中央種子島高校ロボ部種子島新3回入場。
the finals ring sits on the center of the arena. Illuminated by spotlights, is extremely hard to miss. We walk across the elevated passageway and toward the ring. I can hear the cheers coming from the bleachers loud and clear, despite the size of the arena. It's amazing that there are so many people willing to cheer for some no-name high schoolers. Or maybe they're just cheering because they like Misani. Whatever the case may be, I can feel my heart racing in response to the cheers. Finals Tournament Schedule. Approved link Happiness for You Company. Displaying today's timetable. Schedule the 30th, 6 Finalist Tournament, 10 o'clock opening, 10:30 Finalist Tournament Round 1, 12 o'clock Finalist Tournament Round 2, 1300 lunch break, 1400 quarterfinals, 1500 semifinals, 1530 finals, 1600 awards ceremony. Somehow we managed to win our way into the grand finals, yet I'm not really sure how to feel. If I'm being perfectly honest for once, I'm pretty hyped up. The amount of attention you get on stage like this is unlike any other. The crowd's hype is infectious. But on the other hand, the time bomb inside my heart is like a tiny bone stuck at the back of my throat. It's a real pain in the ass. And so I'm conflicted. I'm hoping that I won't have an attack because I've gotten this far without one. But I'm dreading the fact that I might have one in the middle of the final match. I can sense the loneliness in her words, but I decide not to think too deeply about that right now. I want to avoid any unnecessary drama before the match.
続いて赤コーナーよりロボワン39ロボワン40チャンピオンミスタープレアデスと M45 入場。
As if summoned by the announcer, he appears in a spotlight of red on the opposite passageway. Mr. Pleiades. Hi kids, experience the supernova explosion from the shimmering flood of 400 light years. A Robo-1 hero from the Pleiades star cluster, 39th and 40th Robo-1 champion. He's wearing a mask and an absurd outfit, calmly waving to the crowd.
ロボワンに現れた彗星すべてを吸い込む恐るべきマイその悪魔の手から逃れられたものはなしその正体は未だ謎だがしかしその強さはもはや誰もが知っているさあミスタープレアです 今日もお前の400光年の輝きを見せてくれ
Mr. Pleiades slowly makes his way to the other side of the ring.
アルシオーネ、エレクトラ、マイヤ、タイゲタ、ケラエノ、アステローペ、メロペ。
He's starting to mutter to himself. Is it some kind of mind control? Should I be covering my ears right now?
真の女神の祝福により、我、400光年の彼方よりここに降臨。I am ミスタープレアです。
What the heck is this? I'm getting goosebumps, the bad kind. All the spectators are doing it with him, so I guess it's fine. But still, when I remember that the insider is probably Hidaka-kun, my soul aches. Insider, the common way to discuss a VA doing a certain character, also used when talking about people who are in the business or an organization. It is said that the line, "there is no one inside," is the origin of this phrase. And we all know where that line came from, right? Or maybe not, because that movie is pretty fucking old at this point. There is no one inside the curtain. Don't look behind the curtain. There's no one inside the curtain.
本物のミスタープレアデスだ。後でサインもらいに行こうかな。
そのサインってタブオクに出したら売れるか
Tabok, named for an online auction service ran by a major research site called Taboo that used to be called Taboo. Taboo auction. Okay, yeah, sorry. Should have finished that before I got confused, I guess. Among users, it was known as Tabok, which became its official name in 2016. By becoming a member, you can sell and bid on many items.
ミッチー最
ていうかさ、
Are these two pretending not to notice? Is this some kind of prank? I'm going to be real pissed if they're messing with me just before the finals. I call out to Mr. Pleiades.
君、日高くんでしょ。
低い。まだそんなこと言ってるの？
いや、だってどう見ても日高くんだし。昨日は画像だけだったから確信なかったけど、これだけ近くで見たら間違いないよ。ねえ、日高くん。
日高？日高ってうちの学校の2年の日高？
そう、ミッチーならわかるよね。
Michi squints his eyes as he gazes carefully at Pleiades. He eventually turns and starts laughing at me.
日高がこんなところにいるわけないだろうに。アホだな、ヤシオは。
That's the exact same way that Akiho reacted yesterday. Am I being punked? No, you're just overestimating the intelligence of people around you. But why?
はい。もしかして緊張しすぎでテンパってる？わかるよ。うちもさ、さっきから手がすごく震えてるもん。でもお願い、落ち着いて。ね。飴、もう一個持ってくればよかったね。
For some reason, Akiho's pitying me.
カイにいいこと教えてあげる。顔に仮面をつけてる人は高貴な身分の人しかいないんだよ。
What in the world is this jobber saying?
いいから試合に集中した方がいいぞ、ヤシオ。受験と同じだ。これ豆知識な。
And what in the world is this crappy advisor talking about? I'm just about done with all this.
ねえねえ、日高くん。プレアデスだかなんだか知らないけどさ、そんなくだらない格好してないで、ちょっとそのマスク取ってみてくれない？
おーっと中央種子島高校ロボ部がなんとチャンピオン相手に挑発だ。これはチャンピオン切れていいぞ。
私は日高などではない。ミスタープレアデスだ。
I can totally tell that he's a little embarrassed. He's really pushing it. This whole thing is like school play quality.
こんな茶番に付き合えって？アキちゃんやミッチーも俺のこと騙してるの？
騙す？
No, she's not. Akiho's a horrible liar, which means she seriously doesn't notice.
まあ別に何でもいいんだけど、たださ、島での日高くんとはずいぶんキャラ違わない？
何のことかわからない。
Doesn't look like I'm getting through to him. I understand. I don't want my focus broken by something this dumb either. If this is how he wants to do things, fine. Be my guest.
両者準備して。
Akiho places the honorary prez in the ring and turns its power on. Pleiades' robot, M45, isn't much larger than the prez. It's also a lightweight model, which means it's going to rely largely on grabbing and throwing. I watched his matches in the semifinals, so I'm more than aware of his strategy. Its thin arms are deceptively strong. As soon as I get in range, they'll get me. Once that happens, Prez gets tossed. Despite being lightweight, I've seen it throw around heavyweight robots without breaking a sweat. I've also gotten a good handle on Pleiades' strategy after watching the semifinals. His style is definitely more proficient than the other operators. Thus far, he's constantly waited for his opponent to strike, then countered whenever he had the opportunity. To get too close and you'll get sucked in and taken for a ride. Sucked in, fighting game lingo used for grapples and long-range moves. Even though the character's hands don't reach the opponent, they get hit like they got sucked in. The problem is that I can't attack unless I get close. In terms of functionality, Prez is at a disadvantage, as usual. I'll start things off by watching him carefully. Akiho gently places her hand on top of mine, the one holding the phone droid. She says it like she's comforting a child. Aren't I supposed to be the guardian here?
アキちゃんに言われても信憑性に欠けるな。
よかった。変な緊張はもう解けたみたいで。
I didn't say that Mr. Pleiades' true identity is Subaru Hidaka because of my nerves. I'm not letting this go.
ここまで来られた。だから、あともう一回だけ勝っちゃおう。
Her completely baseless optimism is what makes Akiho who she is.
そしたらもういらない部活扱いされることもなくなるはずだから。勝とうね、カイ。勝って胸を張って島に帰ろう。
ありがたいお言葉どうも部長さん。ま、せいぜい頑張ってみるよ。
But these are just words of consolation. Akiho's encouragement doesn't resonate with me. Looks like I'm really going to have to compete in the finals with the ticking time bomb still active. I take a deep breath and clutch my phone droid tightly.
それでは優勝決定戦を始めます。青、種子島新3回。赤、M45。レディー、ファイト。
As soon as the round begins, I have the Prez crab walk carefully without getting too close to M45. Meanwhile, M45 immediately advances to the center of the ring, stops, and tries to confront the Prez head on.
M45 はあえてリングの真ん中に陣取った種子島新の攻撃を誘っているぞ。
It's pretty obvious what he's trying to do. He wants to grab me as soon as I get in range, right? So he's turtling. If this was a fighting game, he would totally be getting ravaged by the crowd right now. But either way, this is a pain. I don't have too many options here. M45 spread its arms out like it's trying to taunt me even more. Jesus, they're long. M45's arm length is even more apparent when it stretches out like that. Its arm span is probably longer than its height. Plus, judging by how bulky they are, Pleiades probably loaded them up with all sorts of gimmicks. Just thinking about them puts a huge amount of strain on me mentally. An extraordinary amount of pressure. With M45's long arms spread out in this narrow ring, I have nowhere to go. I can jump out of the ring or enter its range. Either way, I'm on a one-way trip to hell. He clearly has a good grasp on how to zone out an opponent. Not bad, Hidaka-kun. Pleiades. However, M45 has one glaring flaw. It's slow. Going by its walking speed, it's super slow for a lightweight robot. It might even be as slow as Devil Stronger.
アキちゃん、なんでこんなのあんなにもっさりしてるの？
サーボモーターのスピードよりトルク重視なの。
トルク？
パワーがあるってこと。
I see. Makes sense for a robot that primarily utilizes throws. The referee motions for us to be more proactive, but M45 barely moves a muscle. It just stands in the center following my movement in a circular motion, except it's not keeping up. It's way too slow. I might be able to circle around to its back pretty easily. YOLO, I give it a shot. Before the opponent can change directions, I manage to circle around to its blind spot. Perfect timing. Talk about an easy cross-up. I'm pretty much free to do whatever I want. I could throw him. I could... I hear Pleiades snicker. He's way too calm for someone completely vulnerable. What's going on? Is this a trap? I try to put some distance between us as I smell something fishy. That's when M45 makes its strange move. With its hip joint as an axis, the upper body spins 180 degrees. I let my guard down because the robot looks human, but these aren't humans. They're designed to do inhuman things. I'm now totally backed into a corner. M45's bulky arms draw near. At this rate, I'm going to get grabbed. I instinctively dish out some punches with both arms in order to deflect M45's grabs.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate. The moment I see him staggered, I try to put some distance between us. But before I can do anything, M45 grabs onto me like he's going to fall on top. Crap. By the time I realize what's happened, he's on top of me like some kind of wrestler. This commentator is really starting to piss me off. His voice echoes so loudly that's hurting my ears.
いいか、ヤシオ。先生が平常心とは何かについて。
ミッチー黙っててくんない。
何を？
でもカイ、これじゃ近づけないよ。
I ever so slightly shrug my shoulders as I use my phone droid to stand the Prez back up.
まあ、やりようはあるよ。リスキーではあるけどね。
If he doesn't have any blind spots, then this is the only way.
どうする？
掴む暇を与える。
種子島マシン3回ワンダウンで試合再開します。
The referee announces the match's continuation.
Fight!
If that thing has no blind spots, that means it doesn't matter which direction I attack from. I'll just take him on full frontal. Keep in mind this isn't some suicide attack. The key to everything, once again, is M45's slow movement speed. Basically, my plan is to attack several times before I can get grabbed. While it seems similar, this isn't a hit and run strat. Once I attack, I'm staying in until M45 is down. This is going to be an all or nothing game of chicken. Time to begin my approach.
さあ種子島マシンいきなり正面からバカ正直に突進した。これは投げてくださいと言っているようなもんだぞ。危ない。
The patient M45 attempts to grab the Prez. Slow, so slow that I might be able to slip away. Without a second thought, I charge in without stopping.
M45 に食らわせたぞ。しかも時間すら与えなかった。まさに電光石火。
Akiho pumps her fist into the air. Come on, I got one down. That's it. Take it down a notch, please. My strat worked, but I doubt Hidaka, Pleiades, will fall for it twice. He's going to counter it next time for sure. I can't let my guard down yet. I start trying to focus again. My anxiety is still more than present. The reason being the time bomb inside of me, obviously. I can't predict when I'll get an attack. It just happens without warning. How nice it would be if I could sense it coming. The only thing I know for certain is that I'm more likely to have one when I'm sick, under stress, or emotional. I can only speak from experience. I have no idea if those things really have any relation or not. In less than 10 minutes this match will come to an end. I hope I can hold out until then.
M45 ワンダウン種子島マシン3回ワンダウンで試合再開。ファイト!
Should I wait and see, or should I try to ride this wave of momentum? I'm thinking the former is the right move here. Hidaka, Pleiades seems oddly calm. It's too risky to go in without a plan. I should wait for him to make a... I immediately take evasive action. The lightning-fast piercing strike just barely grazes the Prez. I should be out of range. I'm so far that you wouldn't even consider this close to being in range. Pleiades used a high-speed piercing attack from that distance. Another one. This time I failed to dodge the attack. The Prez takes the hit dead on and goes flying out of the ring.
M45 shot what looked to be a spike from the tip of its arm. This long-range attack far exceeded M45's throw range. That's how he knocked Prez out of the ring, but where did that range even come from? The spike was fired from an insane distance, especially when you consider M45's design. There's no way it reached me from that far away, but it did. M45 can rotate its body 180 degrees. If it stops at the 90-degree point, M45 gains an additional shoulder width worth of distance. It's only a few centimeters, but that goes a long way. The more skilled the opponent, the more effective the move. It's key for M45 to bait its prey into entering its range. This prompts the prey to try and strike from outside. The closer the opponent is to M45's range, the more effective those extra centimeters become. If the opponent eventually lowers their guard thinking they're out of range, they become easy prey for the pile bunker. There was no point to my wait-and-see approach. I knew he would end up adapting to my strategy. Or maybe he came prepared, expecting his opponent to use a strategy like mine. This hidden weapon completely makes up for M45's lack of speed. Whatever, man. Akiho rushes the honorary Prez back to the ring. Meanwhile, I wipe the sweat off my cheek. Is it just the heat from the lights above, or is it the hype from the audience? Or maybe I'm finally feeling backed into a corner and getting nervous. It feels like I've hit a dead end. I'm not going to be able to avoid that pile bunker so easily. How many times can this thing strike consecutively? It has a huge attack range, but not many openings. My reaction speed is good enough to easily deal with it, but the Prez isn't fast enough to evade that pile bunker. If I use up 8 frames on reacting command input, I'll never make it in time. I would need to have finished the command input in 1 or 2 frames in order for Prez to have time to dodge. I guess I could also predict the move beforehand, but reading your opponent like that is a huge gamble. Even if you manage to evade him once, there's no guarantee you'll be able to do it a second time.
M45 1ダウン種子島マシン3回2ダウン次種子島マシン3回がダウンすると3ノックダウンで負けになります
What can the Prez and I do? What options do we have to get close while avoiding the pile bunker? There's no time to think. The match resumes. If I stall for too long, the pile bunker will come flying. I'll just have to play footsies until I find an opportunity to close the gap. I control the Pez with those thoughts at the front of my mind. Just then, I'm hit with a feeling of discomfort. The controller response is slow. No, it's the opposite.
左足さっき落ちた衝撃で関節が詰まっちゃったんだ
The Prez's left leg is behaving abnormally. Its walk speed is slowed down, and its movement is wobbly. Now, of all times, why didn't Akiho check the Prez when she stood him up in the ring earlier? This is no different than just standing still. It's like I'm asking him to shoot me with a pile bunker. Just then, Pleiades murmurs something. His voice is so low that the audience can't hear it, but I can, perfectly clearly. He's noticed the malfunction on our end, and M45 immediately begins twisting its body, aiming its pile bunker at Prez. I'm not going to be able to dodge this. It's over. But oddly enough, out of the 2 days I've spent here at Robo 1, right now, I'm the most hyped I've been. It's at this very moment. My heart begins to throb in pain as if it's being squeezed by an ice-cold hand. Simultaneously, everything around me begins to move in slow motion. All of the sound in the world has vanished. My senses have sharpened considerably. I'm having an attack. What a pain in the ass. I hate to admit it, but I'm actually pretty lucky that picked now of all times to blow up on me. My mind is clear. It's cold. My body temperature is dropping at an alarming rate. It feels like my blood has gone from boiling hot to ice cold. My body feels strangely heavy. It's almost like I've dived into the ocean. The air feels thick and viscous. Amidst this calmness, there is only silence and breathlessness. I can't breathe. This is why it feels like I'm submerged in water. I'm swimming through this soundless world without breathing. This moment feels eternal. I can flow through the slow motion world, all the while experiencing the same pain as suffocating. Due to an invisible opposing force, I too can only move in slow motion. Slow mo. That's what I call my attacks. I know. Super original, right? It's the exact opposite of Akiho's attacks. Her fast forward allows her to see time compressed, whereas my slow mo allows me to see time expanded. During an attack, I see 1 second of time stretch out to about 30 seconds, apparently. It's considered a sort of elephant mouse syndrome, but even the doc that diagnosed me wasn't sure how it worked. The reason why everything is moving in slow motion right now is simply because my senses have been acutely sharpened. The real world itself hasn't actually changed. A second is still a second. But within that single second, I can process 30 seconds worth of thoughts and reactions. For example, it takes me 0 frames to do what I used to take me 4. I can even input a full command in 1 frame. The pile bunker that M45 just fired looks like it's frozen in space. If I confirm its trajectory, I can cover for my disadvantage just fine. In my current condition, I can easily evade, but I can't breathe. It feels like I'm hanging onto life by a thread. I desperately try to supply oxygen to my lungs, but my body won't respond the way I want it to. Deep within my heart, I continue to pray for release from this pain. I've locked onto my target. There's still distance between us. I won't be able to cover it during slow-mo. My surroundings aren't frozen, but I do have one way available to me, a way to close the distance more speedily than to walk forward normally. I grind my teeth in pain. No matter how hard I try, I can only move at the same speed as the rest of the world. I put every ounce of energy I have into this. I demand for my fingers to react. Then, after a short delay, the fingers around my phone droid start to move. There's an actual delay between my mind and my body, but there's nothing I can do about it. The tip of the pile bunker draws ever closer to the prez, but I've already input the command to dodge it. The honorary prez steps to the side, and the pile bunker grazes the surface of the prez's arm. I just barely managed to evade M45's attack. But it's already in position to fire again. The first shot was from its left arm. The second shot comes from the right. Does that mean it can only fire 2 consecutive shots? Its aim is spot on. M45 locks onto the prez after it dodged the first shot. Boom. Here comes shot number 2. The spike once again moves very slowly, which allows me time to dodge it handily. Since it can only fire in a straight line, there's nothing to fear as long as it's off by a few tenths of a millimeter. I just barely dodged the second spike and faced the defenseless M45 straight on. The distance between us has barely changed. M45 is still far, far away. There's no way I'll be able to punch him at this distance.
奇襲技に近いからここぞっていうところでしか使っちゃダメだよ。
I never expected Akiho's lame idea to be useful at a time like this. It almost feels like fate. Can't say I'm a fan. Time to end this. Good game. Easy.
As soon as I finish inputting the command, the arena is flooded with sounds. The flow of time finally returns to normal. The thick texture of the air vanishes. I can finally breathe again, freeing me of the suffering from earlier. The honorary prez has already completed its transformation. It's sitting on the floor with its legs stretched out. The motors on the wheels attached to its bottom begin to spin, and he's off. The prez performs a high-speed sliding tackle on N45. Both robots are sent flying out of the ring, tangled up with one another. The lousy motors go silent. Silence. The entire arena is engulfed in silence. For a second, it almost feels like my attack isn't finished. I take a deep breath and look around. There's an explosion of sound. Roars erupt from the spectator seats as the whole arena is thrown into a tizzy.
神業レベルの超反応連続で繰り出された超高速のロケットパンチをなんとどちらも紙一重でかわしやがったそして種子島のど根性血を這うように変形してからの超加速突進攻撃炸裂
種子アクセルインパクトです。
オッケー、瀬宮美咲の妹ちゃん今の最高にバーニングなフィニッシュ技は種子アクセルインパクト
It finally dawns on me that all these cheers are for me. It's almost like my attack is being celebrated. I make sure nobody hears me as I click my tongue. GG Easy, IRUO exclusive app. When booted up, it auto-recognizes the person inside. That's weird. Why would that one? That's weird. Short for Good Game Easy. Pile Bunker, a weapon that has the structure of a pile driver. The original source is from a robot anime. Rocket Punch, a typical special move in robot anime. Damages enemies who are far away by firing an arm from the elbow at an extremely rapid speed. The crowd's excitement has peaked. The audience is shouting and stomping to express their excitement over the thrilling grand finals match. The earth-shaking fervor of the crowd is directed at the two in the center of the arena, Mr. Pleiades and Kaito Yashio.
なかなか面白い動きをするな。ブレイクアップは起きているか？
今からおよそ12時間前に大規模太陽フレアが発生し、高速の CME が確認されています。肉眼での確認はまだですが、現時点でもオーロラが発生している可能性は高いかと。ですが、この規模のフレアはこの数年では日常です。
故にその影響ではないと。中央種子島高校か。私の勘違いでなければ君の母校だったな。
はい。
彼らのこと
は操作システムについては斬新な発想ですが、戦術そのものは洗練されているとは言えません。フロックと見てしかるべきかと。
手厳しいな。だが私が聞いているのは知り合いかということなんだが。
ええ、よく知っています。
詳細について後でまとめて報告を。
了解しました。
この場は任せろ。スポンサー料については倍出すと先方に伝えておいてくれ。
どちらへ？
委員会の様子を見にな。
The arena is quite far from here, even though the physical distance is so close. From here, I can't tell how the pair, my childhood friend and little sister, are taking the crowd's cheers. There's a broadcast monitor in this VIP room that allows me to see them, but they're nothing but data passing through the screen. Fiction disguised as reality.
まだ囚われているかい。
I caress the surface of the glass with my fingers. The transparent wall separating us is cold, completely unlike the passionate spectators in the arena.
それは正しい資質とは言えない。
I press my nails against the glass, trying to prevent my nerves from erupting. Break up. CME, coronal mass ejection, a release of plasma following a solar flare. Solar flare, an explosive phenomenon which causes an enormous amount of energy to be visible on the surface of the sun. The explosion can be seen over 10,000 kilometers away, and the plasma generated by it can rise up by tens of millions of degrees. Strong flares can reach Earth from the sun to cause magnetic storms and auroras. The largest scale ones affect satellites and even harm electronics on Earth. Breakup, a phenomenon that makes the sky look like it's covered with a vortex of light and color during an active aurora, also called an aurora explosion. This small propeller plane is bound for Tanegashima. I let out a small sigh from my seat. Akiho is next to me, looking down at her phone droid monitor with a disappointed expression on her face.
離陸前に電源切らないとダメだよ。
分かってるよ。
She's been like this since last night. She's probably reading articles about yesterday's match. Not that I can blame her. Yesterday, the Robo 1 Grand Finals ended in the most abrupt way possible. After suffering from slow-mo, I instinctively used the Prez's special move, the Tanikashi XL Impact. If it successfully knocked Mr. Pleiades M45 out of the ring, but the Prez went flying out too. This counted as a double ring out, and since we already had 2 downs, this was our third and last. Game over. We self-destructed. What a lame way to end things. I grind my teeth. Damn it. I suppressed the urge to punch the wall, all while maintaining my composure on the outside. Didn't I tell her from the get-go? Install brakes. The fate of the robot club doesn't mean jack to me, but I'm still irked over the fact that I lost. How could I let the championship slip through my fingers in such a dumb way? How embarrassing. Everything about this trip was chaotic from the get-go. If we were more prepared, I know I could have won, which is precisely why this stings so much. If nothing else, we did get some prize money for second place, a whopping 1 million yen. But even that doesn't put a smile on Akiho's face. She's already realized that no amount of cash is going to change her situation. Akiho's contagious sigh prompts me to sigh as well. With little else to do, I boredly glance around the small plane. There aren't many passengers on this early Monday morning flight. I count 4 people other than me, Akiho and Michi. It's then that a girl about the same age as us enters the cabin. She makes her way through the aisle as she looks at her ticket, confirming her assigned seat. She glances up and our eyes meet. Her face is so small, like a model. Her outfit is flashy as hell, too, but her eyes are kind of scary. The girl appears to be restlessly looking around. I can't tell if she's refined or just out of her mind. She ends up sitting in a seat 2 rows in front of me. As far as I can tell, she's alone.
As soon as she's seated, she pulls out her phone droid and starts kill ballad, only to be stopped by a cabin attendant. Just like that, my affinity for this mysterious girl skyrockets. I definitely didn't think she would be a KB player, but if she's from Tokyo, it shouldn't be that surprising. Tokyo girls are all about the latest trends, apparently. I can feel my mood lighten a touch. The propellers outside the window start to spin. The plane begins to slowly move across the runway. Once the cabin attendant goes over the emergency instructions, a voice comes in over the speakers above.
JAC3761 便午前8時40分種子島行きは離陸の準備が整いましたのでこれより出発いたします定刻通りの出発にご協力いただきまして誠にありがとうございました種子島空港へは午前9時20分の到着予定です現在種子島の天候は晴れ気温27度となっております当機の機長は私客室乗務員は西でございます短い間ですが空の旅をどうぞお楽しみくださいそれとはいあきちゃんナイスファイト
あ、茂みおじさん。
My dad, Shigemi Yashio, happens to be a pilot for flight between Tanegashima and Kagoshima. I really wish he wouldn't talk about personal stuff in front of the other passengers. Embarrassed, I turn off my phone droid and sink into my seat, pretending to fall asleep.
本機は定刻通り種子島空港に到着いたしました。本日も JAC ジャパンエアコネクトをご利用いただき誠にありがとうございました。
Once the plane comes to a halt, the passengers rise up from their seats and head toward the exit door.
ミッチ、起きてってば。
Michi slept through the entire ride, even the landing. G-forces ain't got nothing on him, I guess. G. Gravitational constant. Used when discussing G-force, the gravity pull you feel when a car is accelerating. Akio taps him on the cheek, but he doesn't move a muscle.
鼻と口を塞いじゃえばいいんだよ
じゃあ海外やってよ。
Here goes nothing, and just as I execute our plan, Michi flails wildly as he wakes up after nearly
ち
suffocating.
ゃんと引率してほしいんだけど
お着いたかよしこのまま学校だぞお前ら遅刻扱いになるから覚悟しとけ
学校今日は行きたくないかも。
教頭と顔を合わせたくないから
I can totally see the VP immediately disbanding the club the second she sees Akiho. But at the end of the day, if it doesn't happen today, it'll happen tomorrow.
なんか外が騒がしくないか
Outside, the three of us are the only ones left on the plane. I peek outside and see a ton of people standing on the aircraft apron. I don't think I've ever seen so many people at this airport. There's gotta be over 100 folks out there.
なんだろう。
That's when I see lights flashing on and off. Camera
も
flashes.
しかしてあれじゃないかって先生は推測するぞロボワンで準優勝したお前らに突撃取材ってな
準優勝になんか何の価値もないのにね
カイ。
I wanted to stand at the very top of the summit. I wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with Misani, whether that be in KB or Robo 1. Oh, I just thought about something. Prediction. What if the Mr. Pleiades actually decides to be nice for once, and he decides to join the Robo Club, which essentially means the Robo Club did win, and that's how they could get not disbanded. Wouldn't that be something that would be a typical anime thing, wouldn't it? As a gamer, if I'm entering a competition, of course I would want to come out number 1. But the reason we failed this time is entirely because of my lack. No, it failed because your robot was an antique.
カイはとっても頑張ってくれたよ。
And because she didn't check the servers on the knee, and yeah, no, it's totally not on you,
こ
dude.
こまで付き合ってくれてありがとうね。
Akiho places her hand on my shoulder and offers me some words of encouragement.
ま、明日から放課後にぼーっと過ごせる場所がなくなるのはちょっと残念だけどね。
カイがぼーっとするためにロボ部があったわけじゃないんだけどな。
We finally make our way out of the plane. We've already been sitting around for way too long. The stewardess is looking out the window, dumbfounded. We pass by her and disembark. It's then that we come face to face with a giant crowd of people. There I spot the girl from earlier, except she's surrounded by the sea of people and cameras. Maybe she really is a celebrity or something.
キルバラットオンラインを作ったのはあなたで間違いないんですね。
Oh shit, this is her? Oh, this is her? Well, we might not get disbanded just because we've got her coming in, okay.
おいくつですか？
種子島に移住するとの噂は事実ですか？事実だったとしたらなぜですか？3サイズを教えてください。
Oh, come on, dude, you can't be asking that.
あなたが本当にフラウ小次郎氏なんですか？
I passively hear the reporter's questions and can't believe my ears. Frau? You mean her? I assumed Frau was some dude in his 30s. But you're telling me that this girl, the one who looks about my age, is the one who made KB? The very same one who shared the KB source code with me.
フラウ小次郎だって？
違う。
Suddenly, the quiet girl gently mumbles. She ignores all the journalists around her and zooms straight in on me.
フラウ幸次郎じゃないですし、お寿司。
はあ？
勝手に勘違いして呼ぶとか、間抜けすぎでしょ、上皇。
SMH, internet slang. It means to point out the obvious, mostly used by high schoolers.
私の名前は幸次郎フラウ。
As she says this, Frau Kojiro bends her lips upward, and then she laughs.
というわけで約束通りロボ部は廃部です。今日中に荷物をまとめること。
Oh, fuck you. We got second place, dude. We got $1 million prize. That is still prestigious. Man, adults. The vice principal acts swiftly and without mercy. Already aware of yesterday's Robo 1 results, she charged into the club room with Michi after
旧
school.
空港の方の倉庫も同様ですわよ。私物は持って帰りなさい。残ったものはすべて捨ててしまいますから、そのつもりで。
I consider bribing the VP with the Robo 1 money, but that would probably work against us, so I stay quiet. Imagine if we actually tried to give her $1 million yen to let her club off the hook. She would flip her lid. Students trying to bribe me? How dare you? Granted, any VP would probably react that way.
ロボワンの賞金が100万円あります。
She actually said it.
それで、
それで何ですの？
それは、その。
何ですの？
She's terrifying. Her eyes are completely fixed on Akiho. That's why I said this was a bad idea.
何でもないです。
Even Akiho's able to read the room on this one.
よろしい。ちなみに学校の予算で作ったものは持ち帰らないこと。あの巨大ロボットもそこにある小さなロボットもですわ。
種子島新さんはうちが自分のお年玉を前借りして改良したんです。
そうなのですか。それは失礼。ではその小さなロボットについてはご自由になさい。
Akiho bites her lip and hangs her head low. She's clearly trying her best to suppress her emotions. Her tightened fists are just barely trembling. This was the deal we made. Regardless of how unreasonable the VP's conditions are, Akiho agreed to them. It is what it is. The robot club has been disbanded. The giant robot is going to be scrapped. It's all over and done with. The attempt at bribery went as expected, so I've got nothing to say. It's time to be honest with ourselves and back down. I get being hurt, but for me, I'm hurt over the fact that I couldn't win, not because the club is gone. As far as I'm concerned, that's someone else's problem. Deep inside, I honestly don't care what happens. I just wanted to hurry up and be done with. It's then that I notice Subaru Hidaka watching us from afar. For some reason, he's wearing an irritated expression on his face. Now that I think about it, how did he even get back from Tokyo?
瀬宮さん、いつまでそうやって立っているつもりですか？早く片付けなさいと言っているのですよ。
Akiho, her shoulders still slumped, turns away from the vice principal and heads to the club room. The room is filled with Akiho's stuff from home, things left by old members, and junky parts for the big robot. Tanigashima Machine 3 Kai. Central Tanigashima High Robot Club Honorary Prez. Created 5/9/10. Modified on 6/29/19. Created by Misaki Shinomiya. Modified by Akiho Shinomiya. Achievements 10 Robot 1 Festival Winner. 19 Robot Festival Runner-Up. Mornings are early in Kagoshima. Made it to the island, nowhere to run. Vice Principal isn't off today. Don't get all worked up. Keep your head up no matter what. Activity is at its limit. I can't be losing. Sister's dream will fade away. My connection is going to disappear. Even I can tell that Akiho's trying not to cry, but she can't endure it any longer, and the tears begin to flow from the corners of her
例えば
eyes.
さ、
Before I can stop myself, I'm suddenly talking to the Robot Club president.
ズルしてコンティニューか、綺麗にゲームオーバーを迎えるか。アキちゃんならどっちを選ぶ？
Akiho sets her tearful gaze upon me, like she's praying for me to create a
潰
miracle.
してコンティニュー。
Well, color me surprised. She didn't hesitate in the least.
夢だから、これだけは諦めたくないから。
We've had to give up on so many things due to our attacks. We convinced ourselves that we didn't have a choice. But when it comes to the Robot Club, Akiho doesn't know how to give up. She's way more attached to it than I ever thought.
分かったよ。
I reassuringly pat Akiho on the shoulder and walk over to where Subaru Hidaka is standing. Seeing Akiho like that hit me pretty hard. Plus, it's my duty to support my childhood friend when she refuses to throw in the towel. Man, I'm contradicting myself, aren't I? Before Robo 1, I was doing everything in my power to get her to give up. What the hell am I thinking?
ロボ部は廃部だそうですね。妥当だと言っておきますよ。先輩たちはあまりにお粗末すぎた。
I immediately grin and wrap my arm around Hidaka-kun's shoulders.
何ですか？
日高くんさ、今あれ持ってたりする？
あれとは？
あれって言ったらあれしかないでしょう。あの赤い彗星の人みたいなマスクだよ。ミスタープレアデスくん。
Hidaka-kun's expression immediately changes.
何のことですか？
He's so shook that he's fumbling his words. His eyes are darting back and forth too.
もしかしてさ、本当にバレてないと思ってたの？
Granted, Akiho and Michi somehow didn't, but any normal human being would have figured it out. Maybe it's like K-Fab in pro wrestling or something, except I'm awful at reading the room for stuff like this.
今日いつ帰ってきたわけ？昨日 日のうちに島には戻ってこれないよね。朝一の飛行機には乗ってなかった。ということは昼の便、それとも船。何にせよさ、自宅には帰らずに直接学校来ちゃったりしてない？だったら今も持ってるはずなんだよね、あのマスク。
知りません。
しらばっくれてもダメだよ。こっちもロボ部の存続というか、人一人の夢がかかっちゃってるもんだからさ。おっと発見、ポケットからはみ出てるよ。
In the words of a famous fighter, predictable. I trick him into checking his pants pocket with his hand. He then immediately has an annoyed look on his face once he realizes he's been fooled.
間抜けは見つかったみたいだね。
I quickly reach into Hidaka-kun's pocket and forcibly take out the mask. This is it. No doubt about it.
はいミッケー。
騙しましたね。三流ロボ部の分際でどうするつもりですか？
I can see the hatred in his glare. I shrug it off and look at the VP who is watching Akiho clear out the club room.
どうするって？それはもちろんこうするんだよ。
I then immediately jam the mask onto Hidaka-kun's face.
やめ。
はあ？こんなところにロボ1優勝者のミスタープレアですが。
I put on an act and shout into the air, dragging Hidaka-kun toward the club room. Akiho, Michi, and the VP all stare wide-eyed at us in surprise.
どういうことだこりゃ。
優勝者、確かにテレビに映っていた人ですわ。なぜ？
もちろん。はいプレアですさん、いつもの自己紹介やっちゃって。なんだっけ、アルシオンとかなんとか。
アルシオネ、エレクトラ、マイヤ、タイゲル、ケラエノ、アステローペ、メロペ。7人の女神の祝福により、我400光年の彼方よりここに降臨。アイアム
ミスタープレアです。
ついやってしまった。
Despite his whining, he sure put in an enthusiastic
はい、
performance.
ということでね、ミスタープレアデスです。ああ、言い忘れていましたが、こいつはこの学校の生徒であり、ロボ部の部員ですよ。
は？
なんですって？
つまり昨日のロボ1決勝戦は中央種子島高校ロボ部員同士による戦いだったわけであり、ミスタープレアデスが勝とうが俺が勝とうが、ロボ部はどっちにしろ優勝だったってわけです。ロボ部が敗部を免れる条件は確かロボ1優勝でしたっけ。その条件は達成されたわけで、廃部になる必要はこれっぽっちもなかったりしますが、どうでしょう。
何をふざけたことを。
The vice principal has started to go crazy. What a terrifying
そ
lady.
のミスターなんとかさんが我が校の生徒だという証拠がどこにあるのです？
じゃあ正体見ます？
Hidaka-kun struggles to escape my grasp, but I pull the mask right off his face.
日高くん。
なんだと？日高じゃねえか。
これはどういうこと？
違う。僕はロボ部だから。
I quickly put my hand over his mouth.
というわけなんで教頭先生、帰ってもらえます？条件を達成したら廃部はない、予算も出す、そういう約束でしたよね。それとも先生が生徒に嘘をつくんですか？
こんなバカなことがあるなんて。
I called it. I called it on the airplane a moment ago. The VP's face turns bright red despite the layer of white makeup she has on.
長深田先生、ロボ部員は2人ではなかったんですの？
なんというか、豆知識的に言いますと、
Shut up, Michi.
どうやら3人だったようですな。
The vice principal is seething now, blue veins visible on her forehead. I'm kinda worried she might burst a blood vessel. Don't be worried. Hope for it. Then the old hag can frickin' die. Haha.
気分が悪いですわ。失礼。
Good, die. But instead of exploding any further, she turns her back to us. This was the moment we truly became victorious. The vice principal gave up on destroying the robot club in that very moment. And yet Akiho couldn't resist calling out to her.
勝手にしなさいな。ただし、こんな詭弁にも等しい方法を取ったのですから、予算については絶対に承認しませんからね。
She storms off. Not getting any funding wasn't part of the deal, despite being dissatisfied with that one bit. But seeing Akiho so deeply moved and unable to deal with her own shock is enough to make me not care. I might not have lived up to expectations at Robo 1, but at least I made myself useful now.
珍しくミッチーが口裏を合わせてくれたから助かったよ。
いいか、ヤシオ。いいこと教えてやる。頭が真っ白になった時は、とりあえず笑ってごまかせ。これ、豆知識だ。
He really is the worst.
どういうつもりです？僕はロボ部に入るなんて一言も。
じゃあミスタープレアデスの正体が日高くんだって学校中に言いふらしちゃうよ。
Considering he went so far as to hide his identity to compete at Robo 1, he must be hiding something shady.
このゲドめ！
Like I anticipated, Hidaka-kun throws a tantrum and stomps his feet a bit, but doesn't argue the point. It's then that Akiho walks over to him.
何ですか？
Hidaka-kun puts up his guard, but Akiho simply takes his hand in hers and shakes it. Hidaka-kun seems puzzled.
昨日の決勝、いい試合だったね。プレアデス。日高くんはすごいよ。尊敬しちゃ
う。別に瀬宮先輩に尊敬されてもちっとも嬉しくはないですかね。
Hidaka-kun, your voice is shaking.
むしろ先輩たちを見ててイライラしましたよ。そっちのロボは9年も前のもので調整もろくにされていなかったですし、扱い方も雑だったし。ただキルバラのシステムをホビーロボに取り入れたことだけは評価してもいいような気がしないでもないというか、なんというかです。
He's actually complimenting us, though he's still acting like a cocky jerk.
ありがとう。それと優勝おめでとう。
Hidaka-kun continues to face the other way.
でさ、マスクをしてたってことは日高くんもあの人みたいに過去を捨てたんだよね。ね。
For some reason, Akiho's eyes are sparkling.
捨ててませんよ。いい加減話してくれませんか。
おっとその前に。
I put my arm around Hidaka-kun's shoulders again.
アキちゃん、まだ手を離しちゃダメだよ。
今度は何を？
ミッチー、入部届出してくんない？
おう、いいぞ。ちょっと待ってろ。
Michi starts fiddling with his phone droid. These days, even club registration forms are digital. What a convenient world we live in. Hidaka-kun quickly realizes what kind of situation he's in and tries to escape. Akiho and I both keep him in place as Michi puts his arm around his shoulders too, giving this cheeky kid no way out.
話してください。
さっきの俺の話だけど、作り話なんかでもなんでもなくて、ガチで日高くんにはロボ部に入ってもらわないと。じゃないとさ、ほら、教頭に荒探しされた時に困るでしょ。
そっか、そうだよね。こうなったら何が何でも日高くんにはロボ部に付き合ってもらうんだから。日高くんほどの才能をみすみす逃すわけにはいかないもん。
あんたたち下級生に対して横暴ですよ。
それは違うな。上級生が下級生に対して横暴なのは半世紀以上前からの伝統だ。いいか日高、体育会系ってのはそういうもんなんだよ。
Granted, the Robot Club isn't a sports team.
そんなの穴黒すぎるでしょ。
まあまあ、どうせ帰宅部だしちょうどいい機会じゃねえか。部活はな、汗と涙と精神だぞ。
よろしくね、日高くん。これからはスバルって呼ばせてもらうよ。
じゃあ俺も親しみを込めてスバルくんと呼ぶとするか。
ナンセンスだ。PTA に訴えてやりますから。
Good grief, he just doesn't know when to quit. I guess I have no choice.
7人の女神の祝福により、我400光年の彼方より。
すいません、入部します。だから人の真似しないでください。
Subaru Hidaka finally surrenders. The young man dejectedly hangs his head and stops
ちなみにあの
resisting.
呪文みたいなのって自分で考えたの？
大会のディレクターの人に言わされてたんですよ。その方がキャラが立つからって。
Dang, you have my condolences.
でもミスタープレアデスがスバルだったなんて本当にちっとも気づかなかったよ。カイ、よくわかったね。
それギャグで言ってる？
大真面目に言ってるよ。
アキちゃんとミッチーの目は節穴だって証明されたね。
誰か節穴だ。相変わらず先生の敬意が足りんな。俺、日高、打ち込め。
Michi puts his phone droid in front of Subaru. The club registration form is on screen, ready for submission. With the strength to resist gone from his soul, Subaru obediently signs his name. The way he signs his name resembles a criminal signing a statement saying, "I did the crime." He's so defeated. The form is immediately uploaded online and registered into the school database. And with that, Subaru is now a certified member of the Robot Club. Satisfied, we release our poor underclassman from our grip.
入部はしますけど、それ以上の協力はしませんよ。こんなナンセンスなこと許されてたまるもんか。
I figured, considering how much he's trash-talked us, forcing him to join was never going to totally tame him. Especially considering how unreliable a president Akiho is. In that case, Subaru should just take over the club himself. I really don't care where it goes from here. These two crazy robo-lovers can go run off and fulfill whatever weird dreams they have.
はい、じゃあ注目。予算獲得の件は残念だったけど、ロボ部は無事存続が決まりました。うちらはこれからも正義の巨大ロボットガンツクワンを作っていくことができるわけで、これもカイとスバルのおかげです。
先生は？
ミッチーは何もしてないじゃん。で、話を戻すと、廃部も免れたことだし、これまでずっとうちが構想してた計画をね、いよいよ実行に移そうと思うの。
計画？
I have a bad feeling about this.
来年2月までにガンツクワン、頑張れる試作1号機を完成させるのがうちらの目標なわけだけど、やっぱり 万博でグランプリを取れるロボに仕上げるにはね、うちとカイだけじゃ難しいかなって前から思ってたんだ。今はスバルが入ってくれたけど、それでもまだ3人なわけだし。だからプロの助けを借りようと思う。
へえ、それはチート行為だな。意外としたたかなこと考えてるね。アキちゃんはもっと愚直かと思ってたのに。
それバカってこと？
おおむね合ってる。
違うよ。アドバイスをもらったり、あと施設を貸してもらったり、ちょっぴり手伝ってもらったりしようって言ってるの。
That sure would be an awfully convenient pro. Would they really go that far for a bunch of high schoolers? And anyway, who is this pro she's talking about? If she means Doc, yeah, sure, he's helped us a bunch up till now.
明日の放課後早速乗り込むから、カイもスバルもそのつもりでいてね。
俺も？
じゃなくて、カイはロボ部員でしょ。
そもそも乗り込むってどこへ？
そんなの。
One as a part of the Robot Research Association. After watching the launch early in the morning, she was going to hop on a boat to Kagoshima, then fly to Tokyo from there. Despite being normally deserted, Uchugaoka Park was packed with people. Whenever there was a launch, people from all over would come to the island to watch. Most of the tourists were adults, but once the rocket launched, everyone's eyes sparkled like children. Of course, the locals joined in as well. It had become a huge event that took place twice a year. No matter how many times you saw it, it never got old.
Although, to be fair, we wouldn't get as excited as the people who visited the island to watch. I rubbed my tired eyes and played fighting games with Misani, who had just entered high school.
また負けた。
これで12連勝回もまだまだね。
ひどいよミサネ。ちょっと手加減してよ。
でも回って手加減したら怒るでしょ。
そうだけど。
ま、師匠に勝とうなんて10年早いってことよ。
もう一回勝負だ。
と待って、打ち上げ60秒前だって。
The sightseers around us started to get excited. The energy was palpable, but there was still no movement on the launch pad in the distance.
ほら、アッキ、起きなさい。ロケットもうすぐだよ。
Akiho was still half asleep. I put my game away and waited while holding Misani's hand. At last, we heard a countdown voice come in from the speakers. 5, 4, 3, 2. A cloud of white smoke rose from the launch pad. This was quickly followed by a bright light. Then the rocket that looked like a faraway speck started spewing smoke. It flew up into the sky. There were cheers coming from the people around us, the sounds of applause, and then finally a very low frequency sound hit us, one that felt like it was vibrating in our stomachs. The man-made lump of metal cut through the clouds as it rose into the heavens. I remember how gallant it always looked, almost in a brave and kind of tragic way, stirring all who watched. But at that time, I had no knowledge of reason or poetic expression. I had just intently watched the tail of the rocket, forgetting to breathe. All I could do was express my instinctive feelings as best as I could. And next to me, Misani looked up at the sky like me and shouted.
ミサネ、ホットドッグ食べたいの？前も打ち上げの時、ホットドッグって言ってたよね。
昔の映画のセリフ。
After looking at me and smiling, Misani returned to her gaze in the distant sky.
カイ、あなたも男の子ならライトスタッフを持つ男になりなさい。
As an elementary schooler at the time, I had no idea what she meant by those words. I only learned about the right stuff after Misani graduated high school and left the island. But by then, I had stopped going to the rocket launches. HIIA, a domestic two-stage rocket that was first launched in 2001, updated version of Japan's first rocket, the H-2. The total cost of this rocket is far cheaper than other rockets. It is 53 meters high and uses liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen as fuel. The standard model can launch a 4-ton satellite. All H-2As have been launched from Tanegashima Space Center. TNSC, the Tanegashima Space Center, is on the southern end of the island and is one of the 2 launch sites in Japan. Many call it the most beautiful launch site on Earth, until a few years ago it sent rockets into space twice a year. I'm waiting alone in the TNSC chief's office, located in the administration building. Despite being the chief's office, it's pretty normal. Just a business desk and a sofa for guests. There's nobody but me in the room. I've been sitting on the sofa and waiting for almost 10 minutes. Finally, the chief enters the room wearing a JAXA work uniform. In each hand, he's holding a teacup filled with hot tea. He smiles and puts the teacups down. While he doesn't look like a big shot, he is in fact the TNSC
びっ
chief.
くりしたな。急に仕事場を訪ねてくるなんて。
He actually seems kind of happy as he sits down across from me.
遅い。
ごめんごめん。車上の方に行ってたものだから。
The moment I complain to him, he bows his head to me. If someone who didn't know anything about our relationship saw us like this, they would probably be shocked. I wouldn't be surprised if they ended up thinking the Jackson chief was having an affair with local high school girl. But reality is nothing that gross.
それでアキホ、お父さんに何か言おうかな。話ならうちでもできたろ。
The current chief of the Tanegashima Space Center, Ken Ichiro Sinomiya, just happens to be my dad. That's all. I clear my throat and adjust my
実
posture.
はお願いがあって来たの。
娘にお願い事をされるなんて何年ぶりだろうね。
He whispers to himself, a distant look in his
これ
eyes.
は娘が父親にお小遣いをせびるような生優しいものじゃないんだけどな。
That's why I came all the way here. While I could talk about it with him at home, I wanted to avoid that.
お父さんじゃなくて種子島宇宙センターに所長として聞いてほしい。
あ？うん。
中央種子島高校ロボット研究部と JAXA は技術提携関係にあるよね。
うん、そうだったかな。
そうだよ。
He's playing dumb, so I hit the table with my hand to let him know I'm being serious.
アキオ、落ち着きなさい。
My table bashing shakes the teacups, causing some of the fluid to spill out onto the table. The two of us wipe the table clean with some
お姉
tissues.
ちゃんがロボ部を作った時 JAXA に協力してくれるよう頼んで OK もらったはず。
In truth, the gun build one currently under construction was built using all sorts of scrap parts from JAXA, but that's just the official
だ
stance.
からロボ部の手助けをしてほしい。一緒に正義の巨大ロボを作ろう。
This is what I really want.
と言われても、どう手助けをすればいいんだい。
話は簡単。
I smile as I whip out my phone droid. I then show him the report I wrote up during class today.
施設人材資金。
その1、施設。ロケット組み立て用の施設をうちらの実物大ロボット組み立てのために貸してほしい。理想はやっぱり VAB。その2、人材。ここで働く技術者の人でロボット工学に詳しい人がいたら紹介してほしい。その3、資金。JAXA の偉い人に頼んでちょっとでいいから軍資金をもらえたら嬉しいな。できれば100万円くらい。
I know the third one is asking for a lot, but that's why I'm taking a shot in the dark with it. Can't hurt to ask. It's hard to believe the Robot Club was in such dire straits last week. Now we have a ton of financial leeway. We got 1 million yen as prize money from Robo 1. After all, that's about equal to the last 9 years of funding.
ねえ、どうかな。
Dad pushes out a strained laugh.
うちは本気なんだけど。
ああ、そうなのかい。でもね、そう言われてもね。
Crap. He's totally trying to brush me off with a smile. I can't rely on the version of Dad that's in front of me right now. The aura he's projecting is no good. No good at all. I need to regroup before it's too late. But how?
無理でしょう。
Instant rejection. He didn't even give me the time to regroup. But I don't plan on backing down just yet.
If Misa could get Jackson to cooperate, so can I. As the chief's daughter, I'm sure things will work out if I keep pushing. It would be a real problem if I didn't. That's basically what dads are for, right?
ガンツクワンの完成はお姉ちゃんの夢でもあるんだよ。だからどうしても完成させたいの。それでね、来年開かれる東京万博に出展するんだ。で、東京にいるお姉ちゃんにも見に来てもらう。どう？素敵な考えじゃないかな。
This is the first time I've ever told Dad about my dream.
お父さんだってロボット大好きだよね。だから言い換えればガンツクワンはうちら親子の夢でもあるわけ。というわけでお願い手伝って。もう残された時間はあんまりないの。
アキホ。
Dad looks deeply moved as he locks eyes with me, but that's almost immediately followed up with a long sigh.
無理だよ。
お父さん。
いや僕の仕事を勘違いしちゃいけないよ。
Dad stands up like he's trying to escape. He gazes out the window.
所長と言ったって何でもかんでも好き勝手できるわけじゃないんだから。所詮管理職というかなんというか、それにね、今の TNSC には予算も人材もないんだ。予算縮小ってことだよ。最近はロケットも打ち上げてないからね。ましてや施設を私的に使おうなんて、とても僕はクビになってしまうよ。
なんか夢も希望もないね。
I always thought he was kinda unreliable, but I didn't think he was this bad. My heart's about to break.
すまないね、協力できなくて。これはなんていうか、夢とかそういうものとは関係なくてね、世知辛い社会のルールと言えばいいのかな。組織が大きくなればなるほど融通も効かなくなっちゃうわけでね。もちろん娘のお願いをなんとか聞いてあげたいっていう気持ちだけはあるんだけどね。お父さんのポケットマネーから資金を出そうにも財布は母さんに握られてるし。
お父さん、それ以上言わなくていいから。うちまで悲しくなる。
I want to cover my ears. I want to lose all my memories of the last 30 minutes.
お邪魔しました。
お茶ぐらい飲んでったらどうだい。あ、そうだ、この前筑波に研修に行ってた大前くんからのお土産があって。
お父さん。
He's trying to get me to stay, but I cut him off.
私のお父さんは自分の夢にまっすぐで純粋で、うちはそんなお父さんが好きだった。でも今のお父さんからは情熱を感じないよ。そのことが寂しい。
アキホ。
If my sister were here right now, she would probably be even more upset than I am.
ねえお父さん、あの頃の情熱がもしまだ残ってるなら協力を。
いや、それはだから無理だって。
If he's not going to have change of heart now, when will he? Dummy, Dad, why can't you read the room? I'm pretty sure I inherited that quality from him. I want to ruffle Kai's hair so bad right now, but Kai isn't here, so I start squeezing the pink toy I have hanging from the back of my phone droid instead.
お父さんなんてもう頼らないよ。
I spit out my words and rush out of the office. If this is the adult world, I want nothing to do with it, but I'm not going to say that out loud. I get that my requests are absurd. I even figured that I probably wouldn't get everything I wanted, but he could have at least said like, I'll do my best, or something. That alone would have made me happy. The old dad who used to passionately talk about space development and robot anime with Kai and I would have. I guess even now, I might still be searching for that ideal dad from back then. VAB, Vehicle Assembly Building, a faculty located in Tanegashima Space Center and Osaki Launch Complex, which can maintain two H-2A rockets at the same time. The sliding door facing the launch station is 67 meters high, 27 meters across, 2.5 meters thick, and weighs 400 tons, making it one of the world's largest doors. There's a strong wind coming in from the sea, and it's kind of irritating. It's messing up my hair and breaking my focus on Kill Ballad. I look away from my phone droid and take a breath. Space Science and Technology Museum. Hours 9:30 to 1700, July through August, open till 17:30. Closed every Monday. If Monday is a holiday, closed on Tuesday. No days off in August. And holiday season 12/29 to 1/1. Also closed during rocket launches. N1 rocket life-size model. Height 32.5 meters. Weight 90.4 tons. Diameter 2.4 meters. H2 rocket life-size model. Height 49.9 meters, weight 260 tons, diameter 4 meters. N1, a three-stage rocket created by NASDA, National Space Development Agency, the predecessor of JAXA. It was 32 meters tall and first launched in 1975. By 1982, 7 units in total were launched. Tanegashima Space Center, one of the only 2 rocket launch stations in Japan run by JAXA. The area is about 970 square meters. Established in 1969 by JAXA's predecessor, NASDA, located on the southeast edge of Tanegashima, it is dubbed the world's most beautiful rocket station due to its beautiful view of the ocean. There are 2 launch complexes, Osaki and Takizaki. Takizaki is not in use as it features just a small rocket launch complex. Other than the rocket launch complex, it has a rocket assembling ridge, test sites, an observatory, general order ridge, and even Space Science and Technology Museum with tours. Located on the northern side of the island are Masuda Tracking and Communication Station, Nogi Radar Station, and Uchugaoka Radar Station to the west, all of which are part of Tanegashima Space Center. Space Science and Technology Museum. Located in the exhibition faculty inside the site of the Tanegashima Space Center, satellites that were actually used and full-size models are displayed for public view at a fee. There is also a souvenir shop as well. Subaru got away. Long trip start to TNSC. Everyone, it has been confirmed that footage of Robo 141 that Mr. Pleiades has won will be released. Details to come at a later date, so stay tuned. Is this the real Pleiades posting? Going in. Kai should have come with me. Just have a family talk with no one else. Am I in the footage? Didn't hear anything about this. The director isn't coming. Is this... yeah. I'm sitting on the rather wide lawn of the Tanegashima Space Center.
There's a replica H-2 rocket here, along with several benches. It's not a bad environment to relax in, but it's way too far away. Well, if we're talking direct distance, it's closer to my house than the school is. It just feels further away. There aren't many locals who would travel to this end of the island. I take a look around. As expected, there are barely any people in the area. In the distance, I see one local middle-aged man playing golf by himself. There aren't even that many employees stationed here at TNSC. During rocket launches, engineers arrive off the island, and the staff grows 3 times larger, or so they say. But that was only when rockets used to launch from here. Now the main focus of JAXA's space development has shifted to the Epsilon rocket. Epsilon rocket, a mini rocket created by JAXA, is 24 meters long. They renovated the control system by making assembly and inspection more efficient. All you need is one laptop to launch it. It first saw use in 2016. It has been launched from the Kagoshima Space Center, now known as the Uchinora Space Center. Since Epsilon is smaller than the H-2A and H-2B launched from Tanegashima, its size doesn't match TNSC's faculties. H-2B, a large-sized rocket that started operation in 2009. Bigger version of the H-2A rocket with upgraded specs and stands 57 meters high. Its maximum launch potential more than doubled the originals. And so Epsilon rockets are always launched from Uchinora. I want to say about 3 times a year, give or take. Uchinora, a city that was located in the west side of Kagoshima-Osumi Peninsula. In 2005, it merged with Takayama to become Kimosuke. The JAXA Uchinora Space Observatory resides in the former town. Even though the city's name has changed, JAXA parties and space development freaks still call it Uchinora. Uchinora Space Observatory is one of the 2 rocket launching sites located in Japan and was created by ISAS, Institute of Space and Astronautical Science, in 1963. It has launched over 400 rockets. Since the launch of the Hayabusa 2 several years ago, there hasn't been a single launch from Tanegashima. I haven't even visited this place in like 12 or 13 years. As for why I'm sitting here by myself, it's obviously because the Robot Club president dragged me here. Akiho's visiting her dad, also known as the guy who runs this joint. I was pretty shocked yesterday when she suddenly mentioned coming here. But once I cooled down and thought about it, it dawned on me that she was going to use her inside connections. Not that I expect that to go very well. I give a wry smile and boot up Kill Ballad.
お、フラウコウジロじゃなくて、コウジロフラウだっけ?
I was pretty nervous at the airport yesterday. I never expected Kill Ballad's creator to be someone my age, or a girl at that. Big news today. We met at the airport yesterday, didn't we? Say what? Umishoshi, were you that boy? Terra coincidental, LOL. Terra, a type of prefix used for units, means 10 to the 12th power. It was used in internet slang based on the measurement. Adding Terra in front of words gave its content a meaning of either horrible or extreme. What's with these weird words you use? Some sort of foreign language? They don't strike me as net slang. I've never heard a lot of them before. They're at-channel words, as stuff popular like 10 years ago. At-channel, Japan's most accessed forum from the 2000s to early 2010s. Its catchphrase is "From hacking to tonight's dinner menu."
All sorts of subjects from forbidden to general topics are posted here. Due to many vlogs and other apps, At channel is not as popular as it once was. 10 years ago. Are you sure you're not actually some geezer? You don't strike me as a high school girl. So I'm told. But the chick you saw yesterday was undoubtedly me, the Frau Kojiro. By the way, if you mess up my name, I'm never forgiving you. Forever, forever, ever, never. Sure, sure. I'm really grateful for that program you gave me. I never thought you would actually cooperate. You really saved my butt. I'm glad you believed me. All hail Goggle. I goggled just now. Goggle. Internet slang used to search on the internet. Second place, not bad. I'm happy about it, but also kinda annoyed. So what's the big news? The whole me being on Tanegashima thing. But I guess that's hardly big news to you, Umishoshi. My apologies. So are you here on vacation or something? You don't have to answer if you don't want to. I don't want to pry. I just figured I could wreck some good tourist spots is all. My way of saying thanks for the program. Flirting, KTKR. KTKR, Japanese internet slang when everything is proceeding as planned. I'm not saying we have to meet up in person. I could just tell you about some right here. Let's meet up tomorrow. Seriously? First the program, now this. You're surprisingly trusting. Someone might try to take advantage of your trust one of these days. Seriously, the only person I trust is you, Umishoshi. Seriously, when responding to a thread seriously without acknowledging the jokes. It's 'cause you're number 5 on the kill ballad leaderboards. I don't see the connection. Anyway, meet me in front of the old Tanegashima airport tomorrow. Just after 3. Why the old airport? Is this related to the Robot Club or something? Legit zero interest in the old airport itself. Also, what does that place have to do with Robot Club? Deets, please. Deets, please. Laser dip. Further details, please. Never mind. Bye-bye. Frau Kojiro has left the room. As soon as I put my phone droid away, Akiho returns.
Kai.
意外と早かったね。あと1時間くらいはかかると思ったよ。
ダメ。全然話になんない。
Akiho is clearly disappointed.
だろうね。
だろうねって。
アキちゃんの要求はいくらなんでも無茶すぎだよ。おじさん困ってたんじゃない？
お父さんなら絶対食いつくと思ったんだけどな。東京にある本社にお伺い立ててみるとか、そういうこともせずにね、いきなり断ったんだよ。もうがっかりしちゃった。頑張るアンクストライカーを出しそうになったよ。
She's starting to get excited again, which means I need to calm her down lest she complain forever.
まあ、いきなり欲張らずに段階を踏んでいけばいいんじゃない？
段階か。
身の丈に合ったところからってね。アキちゃんは理想が高すぎるんだよ。
理想は常にビッグに。
I noticed that she didn't put her glasses on this time. I guess that's not one of her usual references. A ray smile still on my face. I stand up and walk to the parking lot where our scooters are, hoping to end the topic. Akiho follows a little ways behind
ってい
me.
うか、今日来なかったスバルには罰として部室の掃除させよう。
またその話？俺に愚痴るより本人に直接言いなよ。
だっていくらなんでもあんな言い方しなくてもいいのに。仮にもうちの方が年上なんだよ。
生意気なのは前から分かってたじゃ
Just a few hours ago, Akiho was talking about going to TNSC today, but Subaru had a sound argument as to why he refused to come along.
僕は行きませんよ。ナンセンスですから。そもそも TNSC はロケット発射場なんです。それくらいは間抜けな部長でももちろん理解していますよね。
間抜けって。
ロケットを打ち上げる施設とロボット工学の間にどんな関係があるのか教えてほしいですね。
JAXA には宇宙ロボティクス部門っていうれっきとした研究部門が
あることを僕が知らないとでも。もちろん把握しています。当然でしょう。それを前提で話していたんですが、失礼。どうやら食い違いがあったようですね。宇宙ロボティクス部門研究者の助言を得たいなら、東京か筑波へ足を運ぶことをお勧めしますよ。
今思い出してもムキーってなるよ。なんであんなにへりくつなんだろう。
へりくつじゃないでしょ。むしろ正論すぎる。
カイはスバルの肩持つの？
案の定断られたわけだし。態度は生意気だけど将来有望な後輩だと思うよ。
そりゃうちはダメな部長だけど。
アキちゃんとしては現状のままズルズルいくのは嫌なんでしょ。だったら変化を受け入れることも必要なんじゃない？なんて俺が偉そうに言うことじゃないけどね。
じゃあカイも変化を受け入れてくれる？
変化？
ガンツクワンのパイロット、うちはカイしか考えてないから。
はあ？ちょっと待った。パイロットって何それ？初耳なんだけど。
パイロットって言ったらガンツクワンに乗り込んで操縦する役に決まってるでしょ。ロボットアニメの花形、一番目立つところだよ。やっぱりパイロットは男の子であるべきなの。だからうちはあえて身を引いたのさ。カイはロボワンでもオペレーターだったんだし、スバルに名誉を譲るのはなんか尺でしょ。だからカイに。
やだよ俺。そんなの名誉でもなんでもないって。むしろ生贄っていうのがふさわしいね。
何それ、どういう意味？
だってアキちゃんが作った代物でしょうが。どう考えても歩く棺桶でしょう。命がいくつあっても足りないよ。危なすぎるなあ。そもそも歩くかどうかも怪しいけど。
Here we go again. She always does this when she doesn't like what I'm saying. Akiho storms off ahead of me.
カイ、帰りにローソン寄ってくから。
はいはい、お供しますよ。ついでだからね。
In the end, we gained absolutely nothing of value today.
ただいま。
When I get back from school, I spot Dad relaxing in the living room while watching TV. My dad, Hiromu, is a fisherman. He goes out to fish around 3 and comes home a bit after noon. He doesn't talk much and he can be stubborn, but he provides for the family and I respect him.
遅かったな。
友達と B コープに寄ってたんだ。
そうか。
母さんは？
醤油が切れたらしい。買いに行ってる。
そう。
When I peek into the kitchen, I see that dinner is still in the middle of being made. She'll probably be back soon.
じいちゃんとばあちゃんはまだ畑？
なあ。
父さん、風呂は？
まだだ。
じゃあ沸かしとく。
頼む。
I end the conversation, and just as I start to make my way to my room to change, Dad stops me in my tracks.
何？
He's still staring at the TV screen. The evening news is on. The newscaster is explaining that Typhoon 2 is on a path from Okinawa to South Korea.
昨日はいつ帰ってきたんだ？学校に遅刻したそうだな。
ああ、1限目には間に合わなかったんだ。船の時間があるからどうしても。
鹿児島は楽しかったか？
まあね。
その鹿児島の友達というのは付き合いが長いのか？
I hesitate for a moment. Dad's never asked this much about my social life before. Has he figured it out? No, that's impossible.
そこそこには。どうして？
前も何度か鹿児島に遊びに行って月曜の朝に帰ってきたことがあっただろう。
My heart rate naturally rises. I suddenly notice that my mouth is completely dry.
日曜のうちに戻ってくるようにはできないのか？学生の本分は勉強だ。学校の授業をおろそかにするような遊び方はするな。
ごめん。気をつけるよ。
I somehow manage to feign calmness and reply. That's when Dad switches his gaze from the TV to me.
何？
おととい東京でロボットの大会があったらしい。
I reflexively swallow my breath. Is there sweat on my forehead? Is there anything unnatural about me right now? Anxiety swirls around inside my chest. I desperately try to make sure that none of it appears on my face.
その大会にお前の学校の生徒も出場していたそうだな。
へえ、そうなんだ。知らなかったよ。
I curse in my mind. Akiho Shinomiya and Kaito Yashio. In my head, I throw every foul word I can at my incompetent upperclassmen.
お前はそれとは関係ないんだ。
当たり前だよ。
I know for sure that my voice was steady when I answered him. This helps me regain some composure.
ホビーロボはもうやめたんだ。それが父さんとの約束だろ。心配しないでよ。
Dad's sharp gaze feels like it pierces through me, seeing everything. To avert my eyes, I pick up the bag I placed on the floor.
なら
Dad seems to buy my lies and returns his gaze to the TV
風
screen.
呂沸かしてくるよ。
I retreat into my room. I close the sliding door, and once I'm alone, I take a deep, deep breath. Sigh of relief. It's then that I notice my underarms are soaked in sweat. On the way back from TNSC, I'm going to be blunt, I don't like this one bit. Played 30 minutes, 6-0. But I have money. We can do it without help from JAXA. I don't think it's that easy. Isn't it Kaito Yashio, the one who had an amazing final at Robo 141? Let's have another heated match, but the winner will be me, Pleiades. Please wait one more month. By then I'm supposed to get a good amount of cash. I'll even pay double. After parting with Akiho, I end up coming to this park. I'm feeling kinda sentimental, which is really out of character for me. Must have been that dream this morning, almost 10 years ago, when I watched a rocket launch from here. Why am I remembering it now of all times? Who am I kidding? I know why. It's because Akiho talked about going to TNSC, but I didn't come here to relive old memories. I have one objective at the end of the day.
キルバラ起動。よし、今日は調子良かったな。まさかタジリンに勝てるとはね。
Still, getting matched with Taggy Ringer at a time like this almost feels like the work of some mysterious force, like the god of fighting games or something. It's thanks to that god's mechanisms that I ended up remembering something from my past, when Misani was still a high schooler on the island, about how I felt when I played games with her. Not once did she ever show me any mercy. She just pummeled me into the ground. I was only an elementary schooler at the time, too. Talk about immature, right? Or maybe she just hated the very concept of losing. But thanks to that, I ended up getting tough, making me into the player I am now. Even now, Misani is the wall I'm trying to overcome.
タジリンか。
Taggy Ringer is presently ranked number 4 on the Kill Ballad leaderboards. I actually have a hypothesis about their true identity. I figure it could be Misani out in Tokyo. I occasionally see some of Misani's habits come through in their play. Their handle is also mighty suspicious. Taggy Ringer is a play on the Sinomiya sisters' favorite phrase. This would explain why they never use Voicha or reveal their identity. Misani is super popular after all. Anyway, when I imagine Misani quietly playing games like back in the day, it puts a smile on my face. That said, I've never actually looked into this little theory of mine, and I don't plan on doing so. And that's because it would make me really sad if I found out it wasn't her. It's more exciting to just enjoy my silly theory in a vacuum. I suddenly sense someone's gaze and raise my face from the screen, but there's nobody besides me in the park. It is late, after all. It's quiet. The only sounds are those of chirping insects. The message arrival sound suddenly rings out from my phone droid. It caught me off guard, causing me to panic for a
メール
moment.
受信。またゲジねえか。
The message is all garbled. The only readable text is the sender's name, Geiji Ni. I've been getting these messages on occasion for a while now. The weird thing about it is that I only ever get them when I'm in Uchu Gaoka Park. I figure they must be some kind of prank or something. But I do remember hearing something about this before. Who did I hear it from? A classmate? An old lady in the neighborhood? Or was it some urban legend on the net? Either way, this is how it goes. Uchugaoka Park is haunted. All of a sudden, my phone droid screen distorts and freezes up. It doesn't respond when I press the home button.
なんだよこれ。
For some reason, I'm starting to feel uneasy. Then, a strange noise plays from my phone droid. It's unpleasant and hard on the ears. The sound is enough to disturb my nerves. Meanwhile, my phone droid screen is still frozen. Sound continues to pour out of it. Is it broken? Or I try lightly hitting it, but it doesn't respond. For reasons I can't explain, I look around me. I get the chills and soon realize I have goosebumps. Cut me some slack here. Are you seriously saying that this is supernatural? Am I being punked? Plus, I can't even counterattack. They're cheesing me like crazy. In an unwinnable battle like this, retreat is the only option. What a pain in the ass. They're the one cheesing, not me. I should ask Mizuka-san about ghost rumors the next time. Just now, I totally just saw something that looked humanoid. The sound stops and my phone droid is responsive again. For some reason, IRUO is open. It's at this very moment that something appears on screen.
聞こえますか？
A voice. A person's voice. It's already July, so it's not at all cold, but every hair on my body stands straight up as I shiver. Time to go home. Time to go home right now. I enter the faculty room with the worst timing imaginable and run into the vice principal. I force a stiff smile onto my face and bow slightly. The vice principal likewise gives me a slight nod and walks past me. God, my heart can't take this. This is why I didn't want to come to the faculty room. It's all Michi's fault. Why did he call me here?
来たけど。
Michi is casually sitting at his desk eating delivery Zaru soba. Why am I even here?
おい、篠宮妹、なんで言ったらわかるんだ。先生のことミッチーと呼ぶな。
だったらミッチーも瀬宮妹って呼ばないでよ。
妹は妹だろうが。
ちょっとお箸振り回さないで。おつゆ飛んだ。
What if it leaves a stain?
ね、話って何？
あ、そうそう。
Michi puts down his chopsticks and turns to face me.
いいか、よく聞け。例のロボワンの賞金のことだけどな。
For some reason, he says this in a hushed
振り
voice.
込みの日、もう連絡来た？あ、その日が待ち遠しいな。
Our little Taniguchi Machine 3 won an impressive second place at Robo 1. Our prize? A whopping 1 million yen. Right after the tournament, I was so busy despairing over the club that it didn't really hit me at the time. But now that we're in the clear, that 1 million yen is like a radiant light of hope. It's several times more than the funds I requested from the VP. With that kind of cash, we've basically already won. But apparently there's a lot of paperwork that needs doing, so the cash won't be wired to us for about a month. Of course, since we're students and we entered Robo 1 as the Robot Club, the money's being sent to the school. Either way, that money belongs to the Robot Club, which means we can use it however we
お
want.
金が振り込まれたら、真っ先に毒にツケを払って、あとはガンツクワン用のパーツを買い漁る予定なんだ。限ってきた。
それがな、振り込み自体は来月されるらしいが、手続きがいろいろあってな。特にうちは公立校だから。
何が言いたいの？
つまりだな、部費として賞金を使えるようになるのは手続き上来年の4月からになるんだわ。これ豆知識な。
来年の4月ってそれじゃうちら卒業してるよ。
ん？あ、そうだな。
全然ちっとも意味ないじゃん。万博は来年の2月からなのに、それまでにガンツクワンを完成させなきゃいけないのに。
いいか、瀬宮妹、俺がありがたい言葉を授けてやる。
何？
金は天下の回り物ってことさ。分かったか？
わかんないよ。
And with that depressing bit of news, it is 1800. I figured something was probably going to happen with the money, because these adults are really just determined to screw this club over. I probably won't be streaming tomorrow. Oh, I still have to make a phone call and make sure that that's happening, but I might not be streaming tomorrow. I might have to have some business to attend to. So maybe I will see you guys on Thursday for some more Sea of Stars. That sounds like a plan, right, friends? That sounds like a plan to me. So give me a moment to see what our potential raid options are. Let's see, what are our potential raid options? Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. We'll do that raid. So feel free to copy the raid message. If you do not have a sub, feel free to just use the actual words or type out the letters UWU as you are aware of how to do so. Stay safe, friends, and maybe I will see you Thursday? Thursday? Tomorrow? Probably not tomorrow. We'll see. Don't be surprised if I'm not there tomorrow, though.